to the person who's saying it?
Who's saying that?
Okay. Meaning it's up to you to decide whether it's evil or not.
Oh, it's up to whoever's trying to figure it out.
Okay. One of the things that you said to Gargi in the interaction, I think it was back in March, late March of 2012, was that what you feel like doing is evil. That is the act. What I feel like doing is evil, so can't do that. And you were referring to, in your words, kill people, of course. At that time, at least what you said to Gargi was what you were contemplating doing was evil.
It's considered evil by society.
You said to Dr. Messner at some point that one of the things you couldn't talk to Dr. Fenton about was that you were buying weapons and that you thought you were crazy because killing people is crazy. Do you remember that general?
Yeah.
And that I wanted to be locked up.
Right. Part of me didn't want to do the whole mission.
I think we talked about that a fair amount, about what part of you wanted to be stopped or controlled or locked up, and what part of you didn't.
Right. Yeah.
I asked yesterday a little bit, and I'll just kind of recap it. We generally describe those as two parts of the same person, kind of wrestling inside, and not as two separate people.
Right. It was still one me.
And you were aware of both those parts of you?
Yeah.
Or not?
I think so.
Okay. Excuse me. We've talked a fair amount about your thoughts that one of the reasons that you had to carry out the mission was so that you wouldn't commit suicide. To save your life, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Or at least to help with the depression.
Right.
But suicide figured in there, the potential for suicide and preventing you from being that depressed. Am I right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the concept of trading other people's lives for yours.
I'm not sure what you mean.
In order for you, according to what you said, in order for you to have a likelihood of not committing suicide,
Right.
then you were willing to kill multiple other people to get that chance. That's what I mean by trading other people's lives for yours.
Yeah, it's part of what I did.
I'm sorry?
It's part of what I did.
Okay. Tell me about the rightness or wrongness or morality or logic of that. I guess I'm thinking about moral logic, whatever that means to you.
Just that it was necessary to do what was in my best interest.
Okay. If it's in my best interest to kill people in order to have a chance at feeling better, not a guarantee, but a chance, does that seem okay or not? Or where does that fit in the moral scheme of things? those were happy times?
It also makes me remorseful that I won't have new fond memories either.
So you anticipate not having, I think you said, any new fond memories?
Oh, yes.
Sounds a little sad. Sounds very sad, actually.
Yeah.
Might you tear up a little when you're by yourself? Think about that, those fond memories?
I used to, not anymore.
You mentioned the medication that you were prescribed, the anxiety medication. I saw a note, or actually, my assistant typed that you had taken Xanax, and I don't recall you mentioning Xanax.
I don't recall it either.
Okay, I think it was a type of mishearing or something.
I took Zantac.
Zantac, that's where she made this. Zantac.
Or indigestion.
Gotcha. That explains it. Thank you. We talked a little bit at one point about the reason or reasons that you stopped shooting and left the theater. Can you reiterate for me a bit, why did you stop?
I felt I'd shot enough people. And the other was the weapon jamming.
Those are the two things that I recall as well. The weapon jamming, and you couldn't unjam it easily.
Right.
And you felt that you'd shot enough people. Although you still had a handgun and many rounds
Right.
with you. Did you feel that you were in danger?
No.
Okay. So that wasn't part of the reason that you left at that point?
No.
Do you remember how you left, the process that you went through when you said, in one way or another, I'm going to leave now? What happened?
I just walked out the emergency exit door.
You walked.
Yeah.
At some point, you were up the aisle toward the entrance
Right.
under one of the lights.
That's where I walked from.
Okay, so it's a fairly long walk.
Not really.
Down to half of the auditorium, give or take, or not?
It didn't seem very long.
Okay. You walked toward the exit. Walked fast, walked slowly. Give me some adjectives or adverbs about how you walked.
Just a normal walking pace.
As you walked, do you remember looking around?
Yeah, I looked back at the theater seats, and no one was sitting in them. They were all crouched down behind the seat.
As you walked out and looked around, did you think that someone might be dangerous to you, rushing you, or shooting at you, or anything like that? Or were you just
No.
moseying out of the theater?
I was just walking out of the theater.
I remember you mentioned looking back, and there was a guy in the front row smiling.
Right, yeah.
Any thoughts, other thoughts about his smiling?
I don't know why he was smiling.
Do you think he might have been grimacing rather than smiling?
No, I'm pretty positive it was a smile.
So you don't think he was grimacing because he was hurt?
No, he wasn't like holding his leg or arm or anything that would suggest that.
Was he sitting in the seat or crouching or hunkering down behind it?
He was sitting in front of his seat.
So he was quite exposed.
Because he was in the front row too. Yeah.
Do you recall whether he was sitting on his seat or
He wasn't on the seat. No, nobody was on their seats at the end there.
Do you understand that he was on the floor in front of his seat?
Right.
Can you describe how he was sitting?
Just with his legs to the side, kind of leaning against the seat.
What makes you think that he wasn't wounded?
He wasn't. It didn't look like he was in pain at all.
But he was pretty exposed.
Right. Yeah.
Did you think about shooting him?
No.
What do you make of that?
That it probably would have been really personal to shoot a person who's smiling at you.
So from the time you started walking, did you fire at all on your way out?
No.
Did you have your handgun out, or?
I had the assault rifle and I was trying to put a magazine in it.
Was the handgun in your hand as you walked? Or do you remember?
No, it was in my belt.
In your belt. As you walked out, thinking down the aisle, there's kind of a curtain that creates the exit aisle, am I right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
As you go behind the screen.
I never went behind the screen. There's a space behind the screen.
Right.
And they thought somebody might be hiding there, so they cut it down.
Okay. But the door, the exit door, is in the same plane as the screen or behind the plane of the screen?
Behind a bit.
Okay. And that's kind of what I meant. Was there some sort of...
There wasn't like an obstacle in the way.
Okay. Did you see anybody in front of you as you walked in?
No.
But I think you said you observed some people going out that way.
Yeah, like
Earlier.
4 people carrying one guy.
Any idea what happened to that guy or to those 4 people?
No, there were so many.
I'm sorry?
There were so many injured. I don't know by name.
Did you notice the blood outside the door as you left?
Yeah, there were blood smears.
Did you think anything about that blood or what it might have been due to?
Well, the guy they carried out got shot.
Does that raise any thoughts about what happened to him? What was going to happen?
I thought he would be taken for medical assistance.
Then when you got outside, as I understand it, at some point fairly soon you saw 2 officers facing away from. They looked at you and then they walked away from you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And why do you think they walked away from you?
Because I think they thought I was SWAT or a policeman.
Okay, that's my understanding too. And they're walking away. You have a handgun.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you thought about shooting them but did not shoot them. Or is that not quite right?
No, that's pretty accurate.
And tell me about the reasoning at that point in which you didn't shoot it.
Well, I considered the mission over, so by that point.
Did you consider that it might be dangerous to shoot at them?
Yeah, I also didn't want to get shot back.
So But one of the factors was you considered the mission over.
Right.
How did it feel to consider the mission over? You remember the feeling, the visceral feeling, anything like that?
Relief.
Tell me more about that.
When I was finally done doing the shooting.
You used a phrase in another context that you had accomplished your mission. Was that a feeling at that time, or did that come later?
I'm not sure.
At what point did you take the handgun out and put it on top of the car?
Once I saw the backs of the two police officers.
Okay. Just to clarify my own thoughts and not overthink something. You took the handgun out, put it on top of the car. Was there a point at which you thought about shooting them and decided not to? Or did you never, as far as you recall, think about shooting them?
Well, I figured if they shot at me, then I would have easy access to the handgun to shoot them back. But otherwise, I didn't think about shooting them.
Okay. You talked about having some trouble studying, trouble focusing on your studies in January, February of 2012. And when we talked, you attributed that to being depressed. Do you recall that conversation or that thought?
No, not really.
What I was asking myself was, might your difficulty focusing on the studies in January, February have had to do with your mononucleosis?
It could have. I was pretty sick.
How long were you pretty sick with that?
2-3 months.
2 or 3 months. And over that 2 or 3 months, that would be January, February, March, or
December, January.
December, January, February. When you say pretty sick, can you describe again for me how you were sick?
Fatigued, coughing, and having a sore throat.
Were there very many days when you couldn't go or didn't go to class or lab?
No, I still went to every class and every lab.
Every class and every lab.
Well, maybe this is a good time to take our break. Members of the jury, I'm going to turn the lights back on. All right, it's 10 o'clock, folks, and the record should reflect that for some reason the videotape stopped playing. But it's about the time that we were going to take our morning break anyway. So let's go ahead and do that. Please remember that all the advisements I've been giving you throughout the trial in terms of your conduct when you're not in the courtroom apply during the break. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom at this time. Let me just address one last time the conversation that we had before the jury came in. I've been on this case for over 2 years now. I want you to try your case. I have given both sides a chance to make their arguments, make objections, make the record whenever they want, and I will always do that. I will not interfere with your ability to do that. Yesterday, Ms. Nelson spoke for over 5 minutes. I interjected at one point and asked questions, and we had a dialogue. After that, she said, Judge, I need to supplement my record. And she said it very respectfully. And I said, I think you've made your record. Is there anything else that you need to add? And then she said yes, and I allowed her an opportunity to supplement the record, and she finished making her record. At that point, I turned it to the prosecution and said, do you have a response? The prosecution responded. After the prosecution's response, I ruled. I ruled on the objections and the arguments that Ms. Nelson had raised. Once the court rules, we move on. It's improper for an attorney to then say, Judge, can I clarify what the court just said? I'm the only one who can clarify what I said. I'm the one who said it. An attorney cannot clarify for me what I meant or what I said. Now, if that means, can I correct what the court said? That's improper. That's an argument for appeal. That's an argument for later. I heard the argument. I ruled. An attorney doesn't get to say to the court, can I correct the court? Or can I clarify what the court meant? To the extent that that was a request to clarify what the court said, it's improper. To the extent that it was a request to correct the court, that's improper. To the extent, finally, that it was an opportunity or a request to disagree with the court, that too is improper. We have to move on. If I allow attorneys after my rulings to say, Judge, can I clarify what you just said, or can I correct what you just said, or can I disagree with what you just said, this would be never ending. It would be never ending. I mean, imagine all the objections and arguments that have been made in this case over 2 years. This would take decades, even longer, because after every ruling, an attorney would want to disagree or correct me or clarify what I meant. And after each attorney does that, I would have to address that argument. And then after I address that argument, the attorney could say, Judge, can I clarify that now, or can I correct that? And it would be never ending. So the way it works is attorneys have an opportunity to make arguments, make records, and once they've done that, I rule. And once I rule, we move on. It's that simple. And attorneys have to respect and accept my rulings. That's the way it works. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. So it's 10:25. How much longer do you have on that disc, Mr. Brockler?
2 hours and 12 minutes, Your Honor.
I think that's a little long to go. So I think let's just break at 12 and then we'll play the rest of it after lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then Mr. King, you can start your cross-examination after Mr. Brockler finishes whatever questioning he has in the afternoon.
Your Honor, and I, just for the record, I've given Mr. Brockler some DVDs which are clips of the video examination that I've extracted. That there's no change to the content at all. I've just selected out some 25 or so clips, which I may play with Dr. Reed or not. I'm not sure, but I provided them to him so he can take a look at them if he wishes to.
All right. Thank you for doing that. All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
And just to clarify, Your Honor, on that, there are 32, it appears, separate discs.
Actually, they're not. There were 32, and I pulled some of them out. I think there are about 25 in there.
About
now.
25.
I'm not quite sure.
All right. Mr. Brockler, do you, are you still okay taking 1 hour for lunch, or are you asking for more time to look at those? It sounds like they're all from the videotape that we've been watching, right? Or the videotapes we've been watching, right?
They're all short clips between 20 seconds and a couple of 2-3 minutes that are taken directly from people's exhibit that's already been admitted and played in full or will have been at the end of the direct examination. They're just clips, little clips taken from that for ease of use, Judge, so that we wouldn't have to try to find the location in the longer video. We can just put these in and show them to him very quickly, as opposed to trying to locate exactly where in the longer exhibit they are.
I appreciate you doing that. Mr. Brockler, are you still okay with 1 hour for lunch?
Yes, sir, I am. Frankly, I think that it would be impossible for them to come up with a clip from this exchange that we haven't seen, so, I mean, I trust Mr. King.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. I'm told that there are about 2 hours and 12 minutes left on this video recording, and so what we're going to do is just go to until about 12 and take our lunch break at that point. Remember that today is a day when we're only taking 1 hour for lunch, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the exhibit after the lunch break. Before the prosecution resumes playing Exhibit P-TR-1011, let me remind you, folks, that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements, including questions made by Dr. Reed on this video recording, for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with the playing of the next part of Exhibit P-TR-1011. And I'm going to dim the lights.
like to talk just a little bit more about the thoughts that you were under surveillance when you were planning things and ordering weapons and going to Buyers Canyon, etc. You used the phrase, one reason that you thought you were under surveillance was that you were going to commit a crime.
Right, I think if you're doing something illegal, you probably become more aware of police around you.
At the time, not as you think about it now, with perhaps a bit clearer head, at the time, do you think you were just hypersensitized because you were planning a crime, to use your word? Or do you think you were...
I think there was some paranoia.
And tell me what you mean by paranoia.
Imagining people were after me when they weren't.
Imagining means to me sort of a thought about something. Somewhere out on maybe the same spectrum, there's the deep, true belief that they're after you or watching you. Can you pinpoint a little bit for me on that spectrum, where you were with that back in?
A little bit more moderate than deep-seated.
I'm sorry?
Than deep-seated.
A little more moderate than deep-seated.
Yeah.
Did you do anything to combat the possibility of surveillance?
I closed all the blinds in my apartment.
Anything else?
No,
Did you keep the blinds closed all the time or close them some of the time?
all the time.
And by closed, the blinds are down and the slats are...
So nobody can see it.
Okay. When, for example, did you do the dark tinting on your car windows?
Well, I bought the stuff before I bought the window tinting before I installed it, like a week or so before.
And did the idea have to do with preparation for the mission, or did you just like tinted windows?
It was in case anybody walked out in back of the theater, so they wouldn't see.
So it was specifically about the mission itself, not about what you might have been carrying in the back seat in the weeks before the mission.
Right, I didn't install the window tint until like just before the mission.
Okay. Any other things that you did that were to combat the idea of surveillance?
No.
I think you mentioned that in your web searches, your online purchases and things, you used your real name, your real credit card, you didn't use a proxy server. Is that right?
Right.
You know what I mean by proxy server?
Just another server that kind of would mask the server I was using.
Yeah. A way to mask your identity on the web. Did you ever see around your building, for example, cars that you thought might be there to observe you, or FBI, or law enforcement?
I saw law enforcement, but there's a bar like right across the street.
Did there ever come a time when you were pretty sure that the car was there for you and not for the bar?
Once or twice, but it was an unmarked vehicle. It's just like,
When you say an unmarked vehicle?
yeah, it wasn't your typical cruiser. It was like all black.
Kind of Crown Victoria with spotlights or something?
Something
Something
like
that really looked like an unmarked vehicle, or something that you, looking back on it, may have imagined was an unmarked vehicle.
Something that I imagined was.
Looking back, are you pretty sure it really was an unmarked vehicle or not?
I'm not sure anymore.
Okay. Where were those cars parked on those one or two occasions that you described?
Across the street.
Across the street. Relative to your apartment, would that be a good place to observe or not? Or more logical to think of it as with the bar? Or
I think he was trying to get drunk drivers from the bar.
I probably asked this as well, but you use Byers Canyon as a place to practice,
Right.
and it's 2.5 hour drive.
Well, 2 hours at
2
Great
hours.
Eye Drive.
Okay. Any particular reason that you wanted something that far away?
No, I went to it mainly because it was unsupervised.
Okay. And I remember you mentioning that. When you were firing the weapons, I've asked you before, and I'd like to ask you again, actually. What was the feeling when you first fired the weapons there, later on when you fired the weapons? How did it feel to shoot those weapons?
It felt routine.
Routine.
Yeah.
Even the first time.
Yeah. There wasn't any special emotions attached to it.
You fired lots and lots and lots of rounds.
Right.
I mean, really thousands of rounds.
Yeah.
Unless you were there for many, many hours, you probably fired, at least some of the time, very rapidly. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yeah.
As you're firing the rounds, what position were you in? What physical position were you in?
Standing up.
Always standing?
Well, I tried crouching a couple times just to mix it up.
Did you ever fire them while you were moving, while you were running or walking?
Yeah, I would move side to side and shoot at the target.
Do you recall making any noises when you did that?
No, I didn't make any noise.
Yelling or screaming or saying, take that, or
No, no,
anything like that?
no. It's just a paper target, so.
You raised another interesting point. You were shooting at paper targets. They were body mass targets, I think, right? Life-size silhouettes or not?
They were close to, like the life size.
When you did that, do you recall ever imagining that they weren't paper targets?
No, I strictly knew they were paper targets.
I need to take a quick break.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the gentleman to come in while I go to the restroom, if that's all right with you. Let's see if I can get his attention. Stop it for just a second. My coffee's catching up with me, guy. Step in. Okay. Appreciate that break. Let me take your pulse once more, man. Thanks. Any questions about anything we talked about before that?
Nope.
No break. continuing then to kind of go through some of the things that I thought about after our last meeting. We've talked a bit about reasons, motivations for the shooting, and really for the whole process that happened before the shooting, the shooting itself. We talked about the clear expectation that one way or another you would be controlled when the shooting occurred, after the shooting occurred. And the likelihood that you'd be in a situation such as you are right now. We've talked a little less about the idea of being remembered. I remember we looked at some photographs. We talked about your thoughts of posting something with the New York Times. Talk with me about, again, being remembered if you can.
Well, that's just what the photographs were for, is to be remembered.
Can you talk with me again about how you believe you'll be remembered?
There's not so much a for or how reason. It's just, this is the photograph of me, and that is what will be remembered.
Going back to July of 2012, I remember you and I looking at the various photographs together, and you're talking about what they might mean and how people might interpret them as they remember you, or simply interpret the photographs. What were some of the things that you remember came up in our discussion?
That it was devil-like.
Okay. One of them was kind of devil-like. Okay. What else?
That's the only one I remember.
I remember you're talking about being a dangerous person.
Right, it kind of portrayed a dangerous quality to it.
Tell me about being remembered as dangerous, and particularly as you might have thought about it a couple of years ago.
Just that this isn't someone you want to mess with.
What does that bring to mind?
I'm not sure.
The first time you bought a gun, actually your first purchase taser, you talked about defensive thoughts rather than offensive thoughts.
Yeah.
You're in a position, in a situation now that have in another way something to do with not wanting to be messed with. And we talked about fantasies that you might be killed.
Right, yeah.
But I'm really referring to back in June, July of 2012. What kind of a person doesn't get messed with?
Tough guy.
How does that fit with you?
Well, they were kind of frightening pictures.
How does that fit with you, Jimmy Holmes?
It's unusual because I'm not normally a tough guy.
Go ahead.
I don't know what else to say.
That usually doesn't get you off the hook with shrinks.
Yes.
We just remain silent until you say something. I may not do that to you here, but
a little.
tell me what you remember about them.
Just in taking the pictures, they look different from what I normally look like.
And different in the sense of
Having the hair dyed and the contact position lenses. And
the regalia is real clear to me as real, in the room, tough guy stuff. The contacts, particularly with the name of the contacts, possession contact lenses, and to some extent the hair, says to me something different from solid, I can reach out and touch the tough. Does that make any sense?
a little.
What are the possession lenses, or what they represent, or what they felt like, better yet? What they felt like. What does that have to do with tough guy or not tough guy, or with something else?
I'm not sure.
What comes to mind?
Just that it would be frightening to whoever saw it.
Did anybody ever see you with the contacts on?
No, only through the photos.
Only through the phone. And it would be frightening to whoever saw it.
Yeah.
Frightening in what way?
In a frightening way.
Possession brings to mind, to me anyway, occult, mysterious. The armor, on the other hand, brings to mind physical, tough, can't get through it.
So yeah, the lenses are more psychological toughness.
Okay. Where does the hair fit in? Or was it just a fluke, kind of, I'd like to dye my hair, I want to change things?
Yeah, I didn't really have a reason for dyeing my hair.
Looking back on it, when Ben dyed his hair, he says, I just wanted to change. He's dyed his hair many times, he said. Was that close to your concept of dyeing your hair, or was that quite different, so far as you can recall, from the reason that you dyed your hair?
Well, it certainly was a change, because I never dyed my hair before.
You remember having anything in mind about dyeing it or about the color itself?
Well, red suggests bravery.
Okay. Is the James Holmes of 2010, 2011, early 2012 a brave guy?
Yeah.
How were you at that time a brave guy?
Well, I was moving to a new state in a new area.
I'm sorry.
I was moving to a new state, and I was doing new things.
And that takes some courage.
Rather than just doing what you always do.
Was the James or the Jimmy Holmes of 2010, 2011, early 2012 a frightened guy, a scared guy? When Hillary's screen was cut, that was May, something like that. It was well after you had started to prepare these things, or no?
When Hillary screamed? What are you referring to?
Somebody tried to break into her place.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like they cut it with a knife.
Okay. I think I remember the timing, the chronology of things.
That was before I bought the first handgun.
Okay. You had bought the taser and the knife, but not the handgun. Is that your memory?
I'm not sure when I bought the taser and knife.
But they were before the handgun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did her being broken into, or attempted breaking, apparently attempted breaking, did that scare you with regard to your safety?
It motivated me to be more prepared and set up a defense.
When that occurred, once again, I'm trying to get the timeline straight in my mind. Was that around the time you guys, the short period in which you guys dated and hung out together? Or was that before you started hanging out together for a short time?
I don't remember the context and when I heard it.
Okay. But what you just said was you did feel like creating some sort of perimeter, some sort of doing something to make things more safe for yourself. Is
Yeah.
that fair to say? Okay. Do you remember about the time that doing the defensive things began to morph into doing the offensive things, or were they completely separate?
Well, once I bought the shotgun, it was an offensive thing.
So you said once you bought the shotgun. How about before you bought the shotgun, when you
It was still defensive.
decided to go get it?
Oh, when I decided to go get it, it was an offensive
It
thing.
was going to be an offensive one. We talked a bit at Simhip about some of the people in your family that have passed away. Not very many folks have. I think both your grandfathers. Am I right?
And grandmothers.
Can you talk a little more about death, for some reason, I have circled your mom's father who passed away when you were little, I think, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember very much about interacting with him?
No, not right. I was little.
Doing things with him?
I think we like played the piano together once.
What did he look like?
Barrel chested, average height.
Nice guy.
Yeah,
And you played the piano once together.
I think so.
Did you learn to play the piano when you were a kid?
I took lessons, yeah.
Did he play the piano?
He had a piano, so I assumed he played.
Do you know anything about him beyond that? What he was like? What he enjoyed doing?
No, I was too young.
Have you learned anything about that as you grew?
No.
Are you curious about your grandfather or your other grandparents?
Well, they're gone now, so it's not
Are you
much.
curious about their lives at all?
Not really.
And once again, you said not really. That's kind of got a little caveat in it. So, to what extent are you curious, or do you mean no? I'm not curious about my grandparents' lives.
Well, I have a little bit of curiosity.
Do you have any thoughts about any of them that they may have been, or wonder if they were people who did bad things, killed people, broke the law, beat their wives?
No, they never did any of that stuff.
Do you have any fantasies or thoughts that they might have, or concerns that they might have done bad things?
No.
How about your parents, mother or dad? Any concerns that they've done bad things in the past?
No, they haven't. That, at least that they told me they haven't.
You talked a little about your Aunt Betty. And I haven't talked with her. Tell me more about Aunt Betty and the way she looks to you, or what you've done with her, or watched her do.
Well, we spend Thanksgivings up in Santa Cruz where she lives. And she's friendly, very quiet.
Anything else about Aunt Betty, or things that you may have done or observed about her?
Nope.
You mentioned that you think she may be schizophrenic, or she is schizophrenic, or something like that.
I think I found that out when my parents told me, either when I was in jail or just before. Well, not just before, but like a year within.
Any idea what medications she takes?
No, I don't know.
You mentioned that the offensive thoughts about the weapons came before you got the shotgun. That is, you got the shotgun with offensive thoughts, not defensive thoughts.
Right.
As far as you recall, was it just offensive thoughts, or was it also a defensive weapon?
I think it was both.
One of the things I asked a few minutes ago was, were the defensive purposes of doing things, safe perimeter, the taser, etc., did those somehow evolve or develop into an offensive purpose, or were the defensive and offensive separate? Don't think I heard you say whether or not they were separate.
So are you saying the defensive morphed into offensive?
I'm saying I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Did it morph along some spectrum, or are they two separate concepts?
I think it morphed.
Can you tell me what you think happened or how that morphing took place?
Well, my planning got more deliberate.
What else?
I got committed to the mission.
You got committed to the mission. One doesn't get committed to something until the thing exists, that is, until the mission exists. When did the mission come up?
When I bought the shotgun,
When you bought it, in anticipation of buying it, the mission was there and you decided to buy it. What was the order there, if you recall?
the mission got real, and then I decided to go buy the shotgun.
Okay. The mission got real and you decided to buy the shotgun. What do you recall about the way in which the mission got real? The situation, the general time. How did the mission get real? If I were watching something evolve into something else, can you picture that for me?
Well, I just started having realistic thoughts of a group of people getting killed instead of mankind getting killed.
Okay. A group of people, realistic thoughts about a group of people getting killed instead of mankind getting killed. Let me start with the realistic. Had you had less realistic thoughts or abstract thoughts about a group of people being killed prior to that? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll take a little note here so I don't forget. Can you think back to roughly when or how the less realistic thought of a group being killed appeared?
Like early teens.
Late teens? Did that less realistic kind of thinking about a group being killed continue from your teens up until it became more realistic? Or was there a break in there? Was it relatively continuous?
It was continuous.
Okay. Then at some point, sounds like in early 2012, those thoughts became, in your words, realistic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Can you describe the realisticness of those thoughts?
Well, it was a small group instead of like everybody. So
A small group as opposed to an annihilation? Is that what you mean?
as
Or-
opposed to, yeah, annihilation of everybody.
Okay. At that time, you recall picturing what that group might have been like in your mind? Where they were, what they looked like? What was happening to them?
No, it was just a crowd.
Just a crowd. Any idea where the crowd was?
Not at that point. No,
What they looked like? What they were doing?
no, they were just a crowd.
Were they moving around or sitting down? Standing up?
I don't remember.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's just fine. Moving toward you, moving away from you.
I don't know.
Do you recall whether or not the crowd was threatening to you in any way?
No, I don't believe so.
So something coalesced into being a realistic thought of a group killing, not mankind being killed.
Right.
I'm not sure I've asked you this before. Did you ever have relatively concrete thoughts about actually annihilating mankind?
No, they were just an abstract thing that would pop up.
We talked at Tim Hip about the word mission, and that the concept of the mission arose out of you, not from somebody else.
Yeah, it was internal.
Okay. Not from some external voice or thought or suggestion. If I'm
Correct, yeah.
remembering correctly, okay. And you said it's like I was obligated to do it, that there was no other alternative. I asked you at the time about the possibility of other alternatives, and I'd like to hear about that again. There was no other alternative.
Well, that worked. There was therapy, but it didn't work.
That's a pretty dichotomous alternative. Kill lots of people, go to therapy. Is it, what other things might one try? Not necessarily you, but what other things might one consider in order to, well, one of the things you talk about is deal with the depression, your suicide feelings that you believed you had. What other alternatives might someone think about in addition to killing lots of people and going to therapy?
Going to therapy to remove those killing thoughts.
What other alternatives might someone consider?
Discussing it with friends.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Does that seem to you a pretty black and white way of viewing it?
What do you mean?
If I'm hungry, I guess I could say I have no alternative except to go to the Dairy Queen and get a hamburger.
But you do have other
But
alternatives.
there are many alternatives.
Okay.
Some of them are close. I can go to Burger King rather than Dairy Queen. Some of them are a little more variety. I can get a hamburger, I can get a candy bar, or I can have a salad. And some of them are even more varied. I can tolerate my hunger.
I guess I just didn't think of any alternatives at the time.
And what do you make of that you didn't think of any, or you guess you didn't think of any alternatives at the time? Because once again, you're a smart guy.
I guess because it was so absorbing that it felt like it was the only thing to do.
So absorbing that you felt like it was the only thing to do. And what would happen if you resisted and didn't do it?
Then I would have to suicide.
You've said several times that that's your interpretation now, that you would have had suicide if you resisted. But you've also said several times that you weren't aware, consciously, that you were suicidal at that time.
What time is this?
Before the shooting.
I think that's inaccurate. I was aware I was suicide.
Okay. Can you, and I want to be accurate, so thanks for correcting. Can you refresh me then about times or indications that you knew that you were suicidal? And it wasn't something that you weren't aware of, that you knew that you were in danger of killing yourself?
Well, the thing was, I would automatically transfer to homicidal thoughts. So then I wasn't aware of the suicidal thought.
Okay. And what I'm asking of you is, can you recall or describe any point at which you were aware of the suicidal thoughts?
Oh, when I was severely depressed.
And about when would that have been?
I don't remember.
Before the shooting or after the shooting?
Before the shooting.
Okay. Do you recall ever formulating a plan to kill yourself?
Just downing a bunch of pills.
Do you remember thinking about that as a possible plan before the shooting?
Yeah.
Tell me about that time and those thoughts.
I don't know.
But you just brought it up as if you did know.
What's the question?
Is it tough for you to follow this particular topic?
My timeline's all messed up.
Okay. We're not really talking about a timeline right now. We're talking about the topic of whether or not you were aware of being suicidal before the killings. I think this is the first time you've ever told me that you had thoughts of taking a bunch of pills.
It wasn't serious though.
Do you remember the context or how serious or not serious it was at the time?
it was not serious enough to actually take any of the pills.
Do you remember roughly when this was? Around the time of the killing, months before, years before?
I don't know the timeline.
Okay. Could it have been years before? Or is that very unlikely?
I think that's unlikely.
Could it have been within weeks of the killing? Or is that unlikely?
I think it's within months.
Okay. And I understand that you're estimating. I understand that you're not aware right now of whatever the exact time is. But the real point is whether or not and how much you were aware that part of you wanted to die. Tell me more about any awareness that you had that you or part of you wanted to die prior to the shootings.
Well, it goes back to not having a purpose in life.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I figured if there was no purpose, there was no reason to live.
It sounds like this is in the last quarter of school.
I think
Give or
so,
take.
yeah.
Do you remember having thoughts of ending your life during that time?
Just taking the pills.
Taking the pills. Do you recall whether those would have been the pills that had been prescribed by Dr. Fenton, the pills that were available in the medicine cabinet?
Yeah.
Or some other pills?
Those pills.
Those pills. Okay. Any other thoughts about ways to kill yourself or thoughts of killing yourself besides that?
No.
Do you think some may have been there that you're not recalling or thinking of right now?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And the way you've described the thoughts about the pills is you thought about it, but not seriously enough
To try it.
to try it. Do you remember contemplating what it might have been like to take the pills?
Thought it wouldn't be painful or
What stopped you? What do you think may have stopped you from giving that a try?
the mission itself.
The mission itself. That kind of takes us back to your statement earlier that the mission, at least in some ways, was to save your life.
Right.
Or
One of the reasons.
one of the purposes of the mission. Okay. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Well, just one of the reasons was
And the others? I know we're getting repetitive, but I like repetition.
to increase the value.
The others to increase the value. Any others?
Hatred of mankind.
Once again, that's a third one that's kind of sounds like a distant third, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, that was very little reason why.
Do you suppose the hatred of mankind helped you to discount the value of the people that you killed? That is, hating them made it easier to kill them for your purpose? Or hating mankind, rather, made it easier to kill some of them, some of mankind, for the other purposes you had?
No, I don't think so.
That may have been kind of an obtuse question. But I'm wondering if the hatred offered a way to justify killing people in order to help yourself.
I didn't use it as a justification.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your friends that had kind of dropped away by June and July particularly of 2012. When we talked a couple of weeks ago, you said that they had been your friends for months and you were sad to see them go.
Yeah.
At that point, I said that, well, they didn't really go. You dismissed them.
Right.
You then said that it was sort of a mutual abandonment. You abandoned them, they abandoned you. Abandon was your word. And I asked, how did they abandon you? Because it sounded to me like you cut yourself off from them, not the other way around.
I did that, and they didn't respond back.
Were they supposed to respond back? Or did you hope they would respond back?
No.
So is it fair to say that you're the one that opted out? Or is it fair to say
I
that
think
it was
that's
mutual?
fair. Yeah. That I opted out.
Okay. And the second part of my question was an or that it was mutual.
Well, it's mutual because they didn't come back and try and restart the friendship.
Actually, Ben did try to recontact you, didn't he? He did recontact you, at least for a bit, and you had a conversation, a text conversation with him, I think.
I don't recall.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I get the timeline confused sometimes. You said that they stopped inviting you to activities. Is it fair to say that that was because you indicated to them that you didn't want to be invited to activities, or is that not fair to say?
I think that'd be fair to say.
You also mentioned, and we talked briefly about whether or not you're breaking up with Gargi. Made them no longer connect with you. Let me say that a different way. If Gargi had been part of the group, my picture in my mind is that you come to the group in part because of your connection with Gargi, but not entirely. And then when your connection with Gargi breaks up,
I end the connection with my other friend.
the group then moves away with Gargi in it.
Yeah.
That's sort of an odd picture I have in my mind. And maybe that's not exactly what the picture is in your mind.
I kind of distinguish myself from the group.
Was being alone more comfortable for you than being with that group?
No, I liked being with the group.
Then the cutting yourself off from the group was for the purpose of?
It would be too painful with being around Gargi again.
Okay. Because Gargi would have been part of the group in general.
Right.
Did it have anything to do with your wanting to focus time and attention on the mission rather than other things? Or could you do that with the group there anyway?
I don't think that was a reason for abandoning the group.
Okay. After you had lots of weapons, did anyone come over to your house, to your apartment, who might have noticed all the weapons and things that you bought?
No, I was pretty much alone.
Now, Mr. Lee,
Came over when I had the first handgun and nothing.
okay, so there wasn't a whole lot of armament and material in the apartment when he came over.
Is it Lee or is it Yom Pew? Because there's two. It was one young Luke Lee, who was my instructor in the third rotation, and then the other guy was a neuroscience student.
I think it was a student, as I'm remembering, looking at the record. Whoever it was did come to your home and
That would be
showed you your
Yom.
gun. Okay. And his name was
Yom Pew, I think.
Young Q.
Pew? I don't know. I'm not
And
sure.
his last name wasn't Lee.
No, I think that was another guy.
Okay. I'm with you. We talked at one point about the mission coming to you. And I asked if you spent much time trying to figure out where the mission might be coming from. And, you said that it came from within you, but to figure out more about the mission. And your comment was that you just kind of accepted it. You accepted the mission. Kind of matter of factly.
Right.
You then made the comment that when you accepted it, you didn't think the mission was all that serious. You remember saying that or feeling that way?
I don't remember it.
Early on, it was after you had bought the Glock, was the time you were describing, the first Glock. You said, and your words were, I think it's a quote, that you didn't think the mission was all that serious about that time. What does that suggest to you? Anything at all?
That it kind of progressed steadily over time.
You said fairly soon after that that you didn't think the consequences through. And I said, which consequences? And you said that I would complete the mission. At that early time, do you recall sitting here, not really thinking about completing the whole mission around the time that the mission sort of seemed to be forming and you weren't taking it all that seriously? Or you didn't think it was all that serious? Is that what you
Yeah, because around the time I bought the first gun, it was still defensive. It wasn't offensive yet until later.
But the first gun was a shotgun.
First gun was a handgun.
Okay, beg your pardon. beg your pardon. The Glock, the first Glock
Yeah.
was the Life 22 was a. Okay, the shotgun was the second gun?
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying. See if I can keep everything straight here. I think you said that you had never fired a gun before you ordered these weapons. Is that right?
I fired like a paintball gun, but no like firearm.
Okay. Which was the very first one that you fired? Of the guns that you bought?
It was either the handgun or the assault rifle.
That would have been out at Byers, or
Out at Byers.
Byers was the only.
That was the
place
only
you-
place I shot them, except for the shooting.
So the Glock 22. Next was the shotgun. Next was the second Glock or the AR.
The AR.
The AR, and then the second Glock.
Right.
No other weapons were purchased, I don't believe. Or no more firearms.
Right.
Okay. Do you think that you didn't fire any of them until you had the AR?
That depends on when the ammunition came in, because I think I started buying the ammunition after I bought the AR.
Okay. Did you purchase any ammunition locally?
Like a cartridge or a box of shotgun shells.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is the first time you went to Byers, how many of the weapons did you have? A lot of them, or just a couple?
All of them, I would say.
All of them. So you had all or nearly all the weapons before you fired any of them.
Right.
I asked briefly about your thoughts the day before the shootings, the day before that when you started putting together the napalm and things like that. And I asked whether you had any thoughts as you went to sleep that night. That would have been the night of the 18th, I guess.
Well, there wasn't anything dangerous set up at that time.
And we talked about it. There was gasoline, but you had the caps on the bottles and
Right.
things like that. I guess I'm thinking about thoughts you may have had about the mission or about the shooting.
No, it was kind of just another day.
You have lots of regalia around you. And you're not thinking about it or your shooting or the preparation.
Just that I was going to have to assemble the incendiary devices the next day.
In general, around that time, How did you get to sleep? Some people read themselves to sleep. Some people just go to bed and close their eyes.
That's
So,
what I do.
That's what you do? Watch a little TV. Did you have a TV in your bedroom?
No.
Recall any dreams about it?
No.
Have you ever had a lot of vivid dreams?
If I wake up during like REM sleep, then I can remember a dream.
Do you remember any of the dreams that you had prior to the shooting?
No.
And some people, I don't expect people to remember dreams over years, but some people can say, yeah, I typically have a dream about X, Y, Z. Or I remember a dream about A, B, C.
No, I don't have a repetitive dream.
Nothing that sticks in your mind.
No.
How about really bad dreams or nightmares?
I don't have any nightmares.
Before or since the shooting?
Well, when I was like a little kid, I would have nightmares.
But not since you were a little kid.
Right.
Do you remember what the nightmares were about when you were a little kid?
Just like ghosts and ghouls and that kind of thing.
I remember you talking about the nail monsters.
Oh, the nail ghosts.
The nail ghosts, that's what it was, the nail ghosts. When you weren't putting things together, the many tasks that you had to do to get ready, I asked whether you spent much time thinking about the mission, thinking about what might happen, and your answer at that particular time was, no, you didn't think about it because you weren't considering the consequences. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember not considering the consequences.
And we talked from time to time about how much you considered the consequences of various kinds. It seems pretty clear that you were considering consequences.
I considered I would die or get locked up,
Okay.
and it kind of ended right there.
The planning itself suggests that you were considering consequences of how people would act in the theater, how you would control them, how you would prevent them from rushing you.
I wouldn't consider those consequences. That's just kind of tactics and strategy.
All right. Within the tactics and strategy, we talked a little about how close the police station was.
Yeah, like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah. And we talked a little about what led you to choose a venue that close to a police station. Can you reiterate some of that for me, or think about that again for me?
I just figured I'd be caught because there was a police presence in that area, but I would still have time to do the mission.
We talked briefly, and I'd like to revisit it, about considering places where you wouldn't be caught, or you'd be less likely to be caught, or you could shoot more people before getting caught. Places not so close to the police station.
Right, part of it was I was comfortable in the movie theater. It's a place I was used to.
Okay. Tell me more about that. I haven't heard about that before.
Well, I did all the recon there to get familiar with the layout, and
I mean, but you could have done recon somewhere else, further from a police station.
true, but I kind of decided that was the place to be.
We talked a little bit about your thoughts about the future. About months before the shooting, how you viewed your future. And one of the things you said was that you sort of left it up to fate to decide your future. You recall that?
That sounds about right.
I'm wondering a little about that because you worked pretty hard in college, which is kind of you shaping your own future.
Right.
You exerting some control over your future. Although you laid back for a year in between college and grad school, you worked pretty hard to get into grad school.
Yeah.
And that's you working to shape your future and not leave it up to fate.
But during the prelims, I left it up to fate.
Okay. During the prelims, you leave it up to fate. A little earlier here, yesterday, the impression you gave was that by the time the prelims came, you weren't going to be a neuroscientist anymore. The mission was set. And the two possible futures were prison or death. The prelims, you didn't bother to study, not because you were leaving it up to fate, but because if I pass, I pass. If I don't pass, I don't pass. Not worth putting effort into because the future is already set. Am I recounting what you conveyed yesterday?
Yeah, it sounds right.
Kind of accurately. That doesn't sound much like leaving it up to fate. That sounds like you have shaped your future rather completely. If you follow the path, if you follow the mission.
I guess what I meant was I was leaving the prelims up to fate and not what was coming afterward.
Okay. It doesn't sound ambivalent at that point. Gee, I don't know what's going to happen. And I understand what you just said about the fate, referring to the prelims. I'm now talking about the consequences of the mission. Although we know that at times you did things or hoped for things that might have stopped it, such as the call to the hotline, or the thought that the FBI might stop you.
Yeah.
There really wasn't much ambivalence in your future. It was either you were either going to die or you were going to be arrested. Is that
Or get stopped, which was unlikely.
okay? Yes. And once again, that my impression is that's the way you were thinking at that time, not just today, but at that time.
Yeah.
Or at least that's the way things were, and you had set them up that way. You had created that. You had created those paths.
Yeah.
revisiting just for a second the hating people part of possible motivations for the shooting. At one point, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I asked you, what did the shootings have to do, if anything, with hating people? And you said, just that they make me anxious, and because they make me anxious, I hate them. Do you remember that concept?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. You went on to say you weren't mad at anybody in the theater. Let's go back to the word evil, because it comes up in some of the thoughts and writings. You've never said something evil made me do this, or created the mission, or pushed me toward the mission. Is that?
I don't know. I said a lot of stuff, so I don't know.
I don't believe you have ever implied that something evil made you do the mission.
I think that's right. Yeah.
To coin an old comedian before you were born, the devil made me do it.
No, I don't think so.
That wasn't.
No.
That's not your understanding now, or then,
Yeah.
that something evil did it. Pull up another thing. What about you being evil? And the evil in you, the evil thing, doing it. Is that a consideration at all?
Well, I think everybody has a capacity for evil.
Let's bring it to you. And I know we're talking about a moral concept and not a legal one necessarily, but everybody has a capacity for evil, fine. But we're talking about Jimmy Holmes. And my wondering is it an evil Jimmy Holmes, James Holmes, that does this and has other rationales or things around the edge of it, but at the core, an evil James Holmes killed 12 people, wounded 50-some.
No, I don't think there's an evil James Holmes.
Have you thought about or considered that? Or run that through your mind or at all?
No, not
An
really.
evil James Holmes?
Just the differentiated self part.
I'm not sure what you mean.
That I dyed my hair red, put contact lenses in, and that wasn't the normal me. It's kind of like, that portrays an evil me a little bit.
That, your words are, that portrays an evil me a little bit. Can you continue that thought? Talk a little bit about it?
Well, the shooting's unusual for me. I don't usually do things like that.
An evil you came out? How about that?
It's kind of out of character for me.
You just described an evil me. I don't know
Right.
whether you were contemplating that or whether you meant everybody has an evil me inside them, or can you clarify that?
I don't know how to clarify.
Have you ever thought about the possibility or contemplated that an evil part of James Holmes did that uncharacteristic act?
It sounds possible.
Can you expand on that possibility, or how possible, or in what way it sounds possible?
No.
What's going through your mind as you think about it a little bit?
Just that other people could consider that it was an evil me that did the shooting.
I think that's fair to say. Other people could consider that. I'm more interested in what Jimmy Holmes considers.
I don't think there's a separate evil me.
We talked about a few weeks ago the collateral damage. Those are the people who were wounded, etc. And as you planned, the realistic, very high probability that people would get injured rather than killed. Killed is one thing, it accrues things to you, helps with the depression, helps with your value. The wounded folks, or the folks who suffer other kinds of damage, you said as you were planning, I didn't figure the collateral damage had anything to do with me as you were planning. Does that make sense? Do you recall?
Yeah.
The concept? Okay. You have not said at all to me that you got any particular pleasure from the killings.
Oh,
Right?
that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. One of the things you've said is that at some point you said, oh, you felt it's done. I'm done. After the killing.
Yeah.
Somewhere, I'm done. You walked out, or you were by your car, and I'm done. I'm kind of interested in the visceral feeling of I'm done.
Relaxed. Not as anxious anymore.
Do you recall being anxious while you were shooting or while you were in the theater?
No, because I planned and prepared pretty thoroughly.
Before the event started, while you're in the theater doing the ruse with the cell phone?
That was like one time I was anxious when I had to walk out the emergency exit and put the little metal piece so it doesn't close all the way.
At what point, if you can pinpoint it, maybe you can't, were you free of the anxiety? Were you no longer nervous?
When I was standing outside the emergency exit door.
Preparing to go in?
Yeah.
Okay. So during the shootings, you don't recall being anxious or worried, or
Right, I was focused and calm.
do you recall having any feeling of tension at all?
No.
I think we talked about this. Excitement, tension, exhilaration.
No.
Even a feeling of relief while you were doing it, while you were shooting.
Not while I was doing it, afterwards.
And you said about the relief not anxious anymore. What else? Viscerally, what else did that feel like?
That my muscles were loose. It was kind of like a loose feeling.
I kind of want to say the tension was released, but maybe that's not an accurate description. Does that resonate with what you're saying?
I wasn't really tense. I was just kind of normal, and then got even more loose, less.
One of the places my mind is going, when we talked about this briefly at the hospital, when obsessive compulsive people have a compulsion to do something, there's a kind of tension until they do it, and once they do it, the tension is released, at least for a time.
Yeah.
It may be for seconds or minutes or hours. That was one of the places my mind was going with the relief when it was done. Is that more Reed's mind and not Holmes' mind, or is it resonating with you?
I don't think any tension came back afterwards.
I'm talking about a release of tension, as might happen when a compulsive person does his compulsion, washes his hands, or checks the door or something like
That might have happened, yeah.
that. It sounds like it's not resonating a great deal with you, and I don't want to put my...
No, I didn't feel that way too much.
Okay, thank you. When we talked once before about your worth increasing from 1 to 13, I asked you, in what way are you enhanced? You said, I'm worth 13, whereas a normal person's worth is 1.
Right.
I'm going to turn the lights on. All right, the record should reflect that Exhibit P-TR-1011 has stopped playing. Members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Before we do that, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording, whether as part of questions or responses or reactions, may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the content of the statements or as evidence of what he said, as evidence of the content of the statements. Does everybody understand that? And everybody's saying yes. All right, with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember my admonitions related to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. I'll see you back here in 1 hour, please. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Just a reminder that all my rulings that apply to Dr. Reed apply just the same on cross-examination. So the same admonishments as before in terms of speaking about capacity to form the culpable mental state or capacity to distinguish right from wrong, as opposed to actually talking about distinguishing right from wrong or actually having formed the culpable mental state. That applies. And then similarly, avoid saying the word lie. If at any point there's a question that needs to be answered by saying that the information provided by the defendant was found to be, or that he felt, his perception was that it was unreliable, then that's how it should be said, not I didn't believe that, or I didn't think that was truthful, or I thought he was lying about that, or he was deceiving me about that. It should be, I didn't find that information to be reliable, and then if somebody asks him to explain, then he can explain as to why, and that can be either on cross or redirect. So the same rules, those rules and the same rules with respect to all my other orders apply. Does everybody understand?
Your Honor, one point of clarification. I presume then that the flip side of that comment on credibility also applies as well, that he wouldn't be commenting on, I found him to be truthful, honest, those kinds of things?
Yes, but it cuts both ways. And if at any point anybody wants me to give that instruction related to credibility that we talked about a couple of days ago, please ask me to do that and I will do that. And so that goes both for cross-examination, Mr. King, and also for redirect. It goes for both. So at any time anybody wants that instruction, all you have to do is ask for it. All right, with that, let's take a break and I'll see you back in an hour. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are you ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Hey, Cheryl, can you come here? About how much more time is there left on that disc?
45 minutes, Your Honor.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. Good, thank you. Before we proceed with the publication of People's Exhibit P-TR-1011, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video, whether as part of questions, reactions, or responses, may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of their content or as evidence of their content. With that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with playing Exhibit P-TR-1011. I'm going to dim the lights.
In the same conversation, you said, I increased my self-worth and I didn't have to die. then I said, do you feel that value 12 times more than you had before? You said, theoretically, yes. I said, theoretically? How about really feeling 12 times more? Let me ask you that again. Is it a theoretical feeling or a real feeling that you were?
It's abstract.
It's abstract. Okay. And I think at another point you said it was incremental, not a hugely, but an incremental abstraction. You said then, when I said theoretically, how about really? You said, well, it's only theoretical in nature. The concept is theoretical, and you just used the word abstract.
Right.
And my note here is that you felt, and continue to think, that it was morally okay to kill for the theoretical possibility, not a for sure thing or not a real thing, but for the abstract possibility, to use your word just now, of feeling a bit better.
Are you saying it should have been really instead?
Well, not that it should have been, because I guess it is what it is. On the one hand, one might think of somebody who says, if I kill these people, I am going to feel better, 12 times better, or some increment better. And that would be one reason for killing them, and that would have one, let me say, way of looking at it more. It seems to me different to think of it as, if I kill them, then in some abstract, theoretical way, I believe I'll feel better.
Right, one's a thought and the other is, it will be better.
Okay. From what you said back at the hospital, it was a theoretical thing, a thought.
Yeah.
Is that generally correct, or am I
Yeah,
misunderstanding?
that's right.
Okay. A theoretical thing, a thought, an abstraction.
Right.
Let me ask you again today, are there ways that you really feel better or believe you're better, or does it remain an abstraction, a theoretical matter?
It's still a thought, yeah, an abstraction.
Oh, thank you. We talked about lying and telling the truth back at Senate. And we were talking about, you're talking with Fenton, I think, Fenton and Feinstein. Speaking truthfully and deflecting incriminating questions. And that's, I think, what you said in your notebook.
Right.
About what you had done there. You wanted to keep your plan secret, you said. But at the same time, speak truthfully, you said, right, because I'm not a liar.
Most of the time, at least.
Sorry?
Most of the time. Everybody lies sometimes.
What's the worst lie that you ever told me? The most lie.
Probably the lie of omission of not saying I was going to go shoot people.
You just said the lie of omission. Is a lie of omission?
I just don't consider it a true lie, but
Okay.
it's kind of in that lying category.
Okay. And that's exactly where I was going. I wanted to talk about that a little more. And indeed, you said, I asked you about lying by omission, and you said, I don't consider that a true lie. Okay, so it's quite consistent with what I said earlier. But it sounds like from what you just said, you leave the possibility or the fact that it's a form of lie.
Right, it's even got lie in the...
Leaving out something important. And indeed, it's when I said, what's your biggest lie, you picked a, quote, lie of omission.
Right.
You talked about being called the Joker here in jail, and we may have talked about that briefly yesterday as well.
Yeah.
When again is the first time you recall people talking or calling you the Joker?
Oh, early on, and after I was investigating.
They still do that?
Sometime.
Can you describe to me a time or a situation in which you've heard them or noticed them referring to you as the Joker?
No, not really.
Has there been a time when you actually did hear them say that, or do you kind of assume that's what they're calling you?
No, I've actually heard them say it.
Can you describe an instance or two of when you actually heard?
Well, they were in a cell, kind of adjacent or near my cell, and just yelling, the Joker.
Were you pretty sure they were referring to you?
Yeah, because they said, like, James the Joker.
I guess it's not a secret that you're in the jail.
Right.
Is it your impression that the other inmates know that you're here, especially if they've been here a while?
Yeah.
Is it your impression that they would recognize you if they saw you?
That I'm not sure, unless they've like, seen me on TV or something.
You look a little different than the way you looked on TV.
Right, I've got a beard, because the shavers don't work here.
And the hair is grown back, the hair's different color.
Yep.
Do you ever call yourself the Joker? Refer to yourself as the Joker?
No, I didn't.
Even in private thoughts or private fantasies?
I can see why people would call you the Joker, though. The dyed hair, and the setting, the movie being the Batman movie.
Once again, do you ever, even in a private fantasy, refer to yourself as the Joker? Hey, I'm the Joker, or a nickname that you accept for yourself, not just something other people have said, even in private?
No, I don't think so.
When I ask you what Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein might tell me when I talk with them, and I've talked with them, one of the things you said you thought they would tell me is that they took you very seriously, and that they had even called the beta threat response team or something like that.
I learned about that through my lawyers.
Is there any part of these events, any part of these events, that has to do with James Holmes being taken seriously?
I don't think so. No. I think people took me seriously.
Before the event?
In therapy.
You had a photograph that would, you believe, would influence the way people remembered you and the way people thought of you based on photographs. A notebook that would influence the way people thought of you based on what you wrote. I'm wondering about whether part of this, not all of it, has to do with a guy who wants people to take him seriously.
No, I felt I was taken seriously before the shooting.
In what way?
And I was a serious student.
And I agree that no one has suggested to me that you're not a serious student. No one has suggested that you were a trivial person.
Right.
Sometimes people who are not trivial at all believe or feel that they're trivial or not taken seriously. Can you think of any times when that might have described you, feeling that you weren't being taken seriously, or people didn't recognize you and value you enough?
I think that's different from being taken seriously. But
Go down either path. I'm all ears. I'd like to hear.
well, for the value, there wasn't anybody who tried to get me to stay in the neuroscience program.
There wasn't anybody who tried to get you to stay, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, I told my advisor I wanted to leave, and he didn't say no, you should stay or something.
Would have been nice if he'd said, no, you should stay.
Yeah.
You could have still decided one way or the other, but it would have been nice for him to want you to stay. Is that the idea?
Right. Yeah.
Roughly when did you have that conversation with him?
A couple days after I dropped out.
Okay. So that would have been a couple of days, or several days after the prelims.
Yeah, a couple days after the prelims.
Did he suggest retaking them, or?
No, I felt like I could have asked him to retake it, but I didn't.
But nobody volunteered.
Right.
You can retake.
Nobody did. No.
How'd you feel?
I guess undervalued.
What else did you feel that they thought about you or might think about you at that time when he's saying that, or maybe other people are not valuing you?
I don't know about other people, but it would have been nice if he said.
Has something like that ever happened before in your life? It would have been nice for someone to encourage you or appreciate you, offer you something?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Think about it for a minute. Other times in school or not in school, young or older?
Nothing's coming to me.
How about when the family decided to move back to San Diego? And I think you mentioned that they either didn't ask you or didn't pay any attention to your not wanting to move?
I think they paid attention, and they told me why I was moving, so it wasn't a value issue.
Okay. And that was just something that popped into my head. It doesn't have to be Freudianly significant or something.
Okay.
So that was one path, the being valued. How about the other path?
What's the other path?
The other, you had said, now you're going to test my memory. You had said, wasn't being remembered, was slightly different from being valued. Taken seriously.
Oh,
Taken
yes.
seriously.
Okay.
That's what it was. Anything else come to mind about not being taken seriously or being taken seriously?
No, nothing really.
Before the shootings occurred, before you went back into the theater to begin the shooting, that was a point at which you thought the FBI would then come and arrest you, right?
Right, because it was in the act.
In the act of it. I'm not sure I ever asked you how likely you thought that was at the time.
I don't think I analyzed it like that.
Can you think now about the way you felt then, and it may be difficult to put yourself back then? Did you think it was, they're going to be here any time, and you were surprised they didn't stop you? Or it was a fleeting thought of, maybe they'll stop me, or what were the chances, I guess I'm asking?
I believe they could stop me, but I didn't think it was probable.
Where along the probability line you didn't think it was probable?
Maybe like 20% chance they would stop me.
Okay. Were you surprised that they didn't stop you?
A little bit, yeah.
At what point, if you remember, did you say to yourself, I guess they're not going to stop me?
Before I went in the door, back in again.
And I think you said something like, at that point, it's really going to happen.
Yeah.
Or you may have said that, and maybe you thought it twice, after the call to the hotline was not answered. Or was cut off or something like that.
Sometime in that, getting out of the car period.
And those all happened within a minute or two of each other.
Yeah, they were very close together.
You mentioned that you didn't say anything as you were shooting. Didn't yell things out or anything like that.
No,
Are you quite sure of that?
I'm like 100% sure.
So that you've said several times that you were sort of on autopilot.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying that there's no chance that the autopilot would have blotted out your words or screams or yells or something?
Well, of my conscious recollection, I know for sure that I did.
Because we know that there are certain things that you were aware of, even though you describe yourself as being an autopilot. You were aware that the gun jammed. You were aware of going to the lighted area. You were aware of trying to fix it. You were aware of certain people moving around.
Right.
You were aware of the guy who smiled.
Yep.
And then at before the guy who smiled, you were aware that you were done.
Yep.
I've always been a little curious about the scratches you say were in the gas mask that were interfering with seeing things.
Yeah, I bought a cleaner for it, but it didn't.
I'm sorry?
I bought a cleaner, a lens cleaner, but it didn't work.
Was it a new or used?
It was a new mask, but it came kind of scratched a little bit.
Scratches that are up close to the eye don't generally interfere with seeing things far away. I'll give you an example, because you're a guy that has worn glasses, and I'm a guy that wears glasses.
Yeah.
Okay? When your glasses are a little dirty, somebody else may say, "Oh, your glasses are dirty," but you can still see pretty darn well through
I
the
could
glasses.
still see with the gas mask on,
Okay.
but because it was darker inside than outside, it's hard to focus. And
Okay. You had the gas mask on before you went back in.
right,
You could see to open the door, things like that, to get back
yeah.
in.
So it was only a partial obstruction.
Okay. Fair enough. Let me come back for just a minute to the way you might have wanted to be remembered. And I'm not talking so much about now, but the way you believe you wanted to be remembered at the time of the shootings or just before the shootings. Can you talk a little more about that?
I just wanted to be remembered visually by my picture.
Which picture?
Any of the ones that were on my phone.
One of the ones, or a couple of the ones, were headshots of you with a sort of, not sure how to interpret it, devilish or impish or whimsical look, looking at the incendiary with the fuse, holding the gun, things like that. Another one was of, I'm trying to remember, wasn't there one of you in most of the regalia? Or am I-
Yeah, it was one where I was wearing the coat and the vest.
Okay. So which is the one that conveys, if it is just one, which is the one that conveys the way that James wanted to be remembered, the James before the shooting?
I think the most powerful image was the one where I was holding the gun in front of my face.
Holding the gun in front of your face?
Yeah.
And that would convey to somebody 5 years from now what?
Just that they would remember the picture, and that was James Holmes.
That was James Holmes. And what was James Holmes? In that?
They don't need to remember what that, or
I'm sorry?
they don't need to remember anything extra. Just have a memory of the face.
I'm not sure I understand. They don't need to remember anything extra.
Yeah, all they need to remember is that's what James Holmes looked like.
Looked like. So having people remember what you look like, not forget your face in a sense. But there's a certain attitude to that picture.
Yeah.
I want them to remember that attitude as well.
They don't have to.
But I mean, that was the one you picked of the various pictures that had slightly different attitudes. All of them had some of the equipment in them.
I I guess if they want to remember that attitude, if they can.
You're not saying that they would remember the picture of you with the poster of the woman behind you.
I don't think that was as powerful an image as the other one to remember.
Powerful. You're not saying they would remember the picture of you on the hike.
Right.
Because
it's not as strong an image. It's not something memorable.
that's something
It's not something as memorable as one would think of.
as venerable.
Or memorable.
Memorable, okay. That's a strong guy in the picture. Are you a pretty strong guy?
Average.
At the time that you took the pictures, did you believe you were a pretty strong guy?
Yeah, I think so.
We spin out a couple of thoughts. One is, I'm a strong guy, and that's why I'm taking this picture of me as a strong guy. That I want people to remember me as a strong guy. Another line of thought would be, I'm not such a strong guy, but I can make them think I was a strong guy and make them remember me as a strong guy. If I
don't
take
think that
this
was the
picture.
case.
Sorry?
I don't think that was the case.
I don't think that was it. Why would they remember your face anyway?
Because it's unusual to have dyed hair like that and contact lenses like that. You're more likely to remember something unusual than something mundane.
The elephant in the room, of course, is the shooting as the thing that they will remember and attach the picture to the shooting.
Right. So at least they have some memory of who I am.
Because I can't particularly think of a picture of a guy holding a gun 5 years ago unless I attach it to some other event that
To make it make sense.
makes me remember. Okay. So my mind goes to, it was a strong guy that killed these people. The picture of the guy that killed these people indicates he was a strong guy.
It's not inaccurate.
Is it accurate?
Sure. Yeah.
Those are the words that seem to lead up to that. The words you've used seem to lead up to, here's the picture. The reason I remember him is that he's the fellow that killed the people in the theater. And the picture shows a strong guy. So James Holmes, the guy who killed the people in the theater, must have been a strong guy. Is that a train of thought that...
I'm not sure if strong is the word tied to it or not.
Okay. And again, there's a danger that I'm putting too much of my association into it. But the place that my mind goes with it is that people are not remembering James Holmes as a weak guy or a mediocre guy.
Right, yeah, I would say that's true.
Is there anything wrong with them remembering you as a mediocre guy or a weak guy?
Just that it wouldn't be memorable.
Okay. Go through just a couple more pages here. I asked you what it felt like to be arrested. The officer's coming up and you surrendering. And
everything kind of went as expected.
Okay. You had a tough time getting to the feelings associated with being arrested. You talked about the process, but not the feelings associated with being arrested.
I don't think there were any strong feelings.
Do you remember any particular strong feeling during that process? Any particular feeling, visceral or mental or emotional?
Just when I got out of the elevator in the police station, there it said child homicide like section.
And we talked a bit about that, and were you surprised that a child had been killed?
Yeah. I didn't think there were going to be any children then.
Did you feel sure there weren't going to be any children?
Like 80% sure.
You described child within the context of the folks that, in this context, you didn't mind killing, as somebody under 12.
Right.
It's a PG-13 movie. Seems to me that there are an awful lot of kids under 12 in PG-13 movies.
Not at midnight.
Not at midnight. Okay. Good point. And we talked about, even had there been no children, the fact that the people who were killed were likely, some of them, to be parents of children.
Right, I never considered that until you brought it up.
It wasn't a consideration. That was not relevant or not considered, or an indifferent factor.
Okay, yeah.
The two guys who questioned you, Detective Gumbiner and Detective Apple, you remember those names or not?
I remember Detective Apple. Was Gunman the FBI bomb specialist?
He was part of it, and I'm not remembering exactly what his title was, but he was with the FBI.
Okay.
We talked a little bit about your going to court. Once again, and you weren't sure, I think, the first time I asked this. Do you remember about when the first time you went to court was? About how many days after you were arrested or how many?
I don't remember, it was too long ago.
Okay. And at the time you said you didn't remember much about that event, about being in court.
Right.
We talked about Dr. Woodcock seeing you. And we've talked a couple of times about the money that was mailed with the notebook. The several $100s and $20 bills that were burned at the edges. At one time you told me that you burned the money because you wouldn't have any use for it.
Right, once I got locked up or dead, I couldn't use any money.
But you burned it in a particular way.
So she would still be able to tell it was money.
And the communication to her was what with the money?
If I remember correctly, it was because I wouldn't have insurance, and it costed like $80 an hour for each session.
So what were you telling her with the money?
That money was a problem.
You didn't just send her the money, you sent it to her with the four corners of every bill burned off and the bills carefully plastered onto sheets, as I recall.
No, actually, I just put it all in the back of the notebook. I think they might have might have done that in the sheets later.
Okay, so you didn't tape them down to sheets or glue them to sheets?
No, they were just loosely leafed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because I wasn't sure about that. What did the burning the edges mean, if anything, as part of the communication to Dr. Finn?
Just what I said before.
Well, you could have just sent the money. I don't
Right, but
understand.
then she would have misinterpreted, like, why is he paying me when he...
Do you think she would have considered it a payment to receive them?
I don't know what she would have
I mean,
considered.
payment doesn't come to my mind, at least. The money means something. Psychiatrists always think money means lots of things.
Right.
But payment is not one of the ones I would have come up with. You burned the edges and sent her several $100s.
Right, I was trying to tell her that because I lost my job, I subsequently lost the insurance from it. So my illness was, like, at fault.
It sounds like you were mad at her. Almost saying, here, you greedy shrink. Here's the damn money.
Could be. I wasn't too angry, though.
Explore that could be a little bit for me.
Well, it is kind of a mean thing to do to send her the notebook of all the information she didn't collect and burn money, which is the reason why
Was there anything in it of, look what you did, Fenton?
a little bit, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, it's kind of similar to like that emoticon I sent her when she messed up my prescription.
When you sent the emoticon, one of your impressions or one of your thoughts was that it might have frightened her.
Yeah, she misinterpreted it as me hitting her instead of it being a blow to the face that she couldn't remember my name or anything.
I'd suggest to you the possibility that at least part of the emoticon was an angry thing. And it wasn't her it wouldn't be her misinterpreting, because part of the emoticon really had at least an irritation to it, because she inconvenienced you and she misunderstood you and didn't, this is just Reed talking, didn't value you enough to get the right name on the damn prescription.
Yeah, so it was a little bit hostile.
Hostile is a real civilized word. Angry,
Mean.
mad is
It was a little bit
less.
mean.
We come back to the burned money. Any anger, meanness, look what you did, or boy, you'll think about this for a long time, Fenton. In the money?
Yeah, I think it's analogous.
Can you talk to me about that emotion at the time?
Just that I was showing her what I was doing wrong, or showing her what she did wrong.
Tell me what you might have been showing her that she was doing wrong.
Well, because of my illness, I could no longer go to the sessions because it was expensive.
Is that a truly good reason that you didn't go to the sessions, or is that not much of the reason that you didn't continue the sessions?
Well, the main reason was I was set on the mission. Kind of had an excuse to get out.
An excuse to get out of the sessions?
Yeah.
Because you actually knew at the time that there were a lot of ways that you could have continued the sessions, and
they'd offered to.
Had offered, unlike the school, they had offered ways to continue the sessions. Is that accurate?
Yeah, for the summer at least.
I can't think of much else to ask you. What have I left out?
Oh, I have no idea. I think you've been pretty comprehensive.
Want to expand on anything that we've talked about?
Nope.
If there's anything that you want to communicate to me through your lawyers at any point, you're welcome to tell them, hey, tell this to Reed, and they will do that.
All right.
I suspect we won't talk again, at least not for some time. It's possible if I come back for a hearing or something that we would talk again. But I think I have everything that I need to do my task. Once again, I'll wish you what I wish everybody I see, and I hope whatever happens is fair.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights on. The record should reflect that the prosecution just finished playing Exhibit P-TR-1011. Mr. Brockler, do you have some additional questions for Dr. Reed?
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, Doctor, you may resume the witness stand. I remind you, Doctor, that you're still under oath. And members of the jury, I want to remind you again that it's important that you keep in mind that the defendant's statements and the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements and the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed and this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the content of the statements or as evidence of what was said in the statements. And then finally, I remind you that Dr. Reed's testimony here in court has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony here in court only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. Everybody understand those instructions? And they're saying yes and nodding their head yes. All right, with those instructions in mind, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with the rest of your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reed, those last several segments that we saw took place weeks after the initial assessment and interviews down at the state hospital in Pueblo. Is that accurate?
Yes, about 4 weeks later.
Here's what I noticed, is that it seemed like you, and you even said this on the video, that you were going back and retouching things and circling around. I think you used other terminology like that. Why did you do that so much?
Sure. There are several reasons I wanted to come back. One is to ask more than once about different topics that might have been important, to see if the answers were consistent, to see if he'd thought about them or wanted to expand them or would expand them, to see if he would look any different or tell me any different things in a different environment, in the jail rather than the hospital. There were also things that I thought of that I hadn't asked or covered very well before, and I wanted to cover those. Wanted to be as thorough as possible.
Did you detect, and we saw some of it on the video, but did you detect a difference in how he presented down at the state hospital versus at the jail here?
I think there were some subtle differences. I probably won't remember all of them. He seemed a little bit more relaxed at the jail. I think you heard me mention on the tape that his pupils were not enlarged, at least that I noticed at the jail, at least at the time that I looked at it. Some of the style of my interview was different, which may have made him look a little bit different. For example, I got a little more philosophical. I did more of the talking. I kind of regret doing quite so much of the talking because the purpose is to have him talk. But as you know, he doesn't talk very much at some times. Let me stop there.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to touch on with you in that last couple segments that we saw that we had not quite heard before, and I want to ask you about them. One was the commitment that he makes to the value that he says that he receives from killing other human beings as abstract or theoretical. Why was it important for you to get into that with him?
I'm interested in whether his concept of gaining value or gaining a point for killing each other person was delusion set in his mind. That is, he believed it to be real and others didn't, or others wouldn't. Versus the idea that it was an idea he had or a philosophy that he had that didn't rise to the level of a delusion or a deeper belief. I think that covers the why.
And based on the information that you got, what did you conclude?
I'm still confused. I think there are aspects of delusion in it, and I think there are delusional aspects to Mr. Holmes' psyche. At the time that I saw him, he persisted in saying, even though I asked him several times, that the value or value points were not real. He never said that they were real, I don't believe, but that they were abstract or thoughts. I'm still not absolutely certain.
Does that cut towards the idea, though, that it's more of a belief, a philosophy, a value system, as opposed to a true delusion?
That's the question, and I would lean a little bit toward philosophy or value system, but I'm happy to entertain the thought that it's within a delusion. That is, it's not realistic, and he believed it and believes it firmly.
In just a little bit, I'll get you to talk more about some of the psychiatric diagnostic stuff, including the definition of delusion. We'll get there in a moment. There's something else there. Do you remember an exchange where the defendant says to you, killing people is considered evil? You respond, considered evil by, and he responds, everyone. Why was that psychiatrically significant to your analysis here?
I was interested in whether he thought he was evil. The word evil comes up in his mind or in the conversations and in my mind. His firm belief that other people would believe the killing's evil suggests to me an ability, a capability of I'm not sure how to put it and stay within the limitations of the court.
Yes, is what you're saying that it suggests a capacity to know right from wrong under the societal standards of morality?
It suggests that with respect to the societal standards of morality. Thank you. With regard to whether he thought himself evil, I think he wrestled with that and eventually said he didn't think himself evil.
For your purposes, Dr. Reed, is it the fact that he makes these comments, and in fact, I'll refer you to one more. You addressed to him some statements he made to his girlfriend through a Google chat or a G chat. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he responds that it's considered evil by society as you press him. Is that a similar statement to the ones that you got from him on killing people is considered evil by everyone?
It's a similar statement. I think that's why I started that chain of conversation in the interviews, and the earlier statement came prior to the shootings.
Now, does it change your opinion about his capacity to know right from wrong based on that societal standard of morality if he says, I know it, but I don't necessarily think me doing it is evil?
It does not change my opinion.
He also uses the phrase a couple times in there. He calls himself manic. Is that a psychiatrically significant term to use?
The term is psychiatrically significant. I think there's a question about whether he understood the term as he was applying it to himself.
How about the last thing I want to ask you about these last section of interview is you have a discussion with him about a guy sitting in the front row of the theater. And he talks about him being a guy that's smiling at him. And there's a conversation you have with him about whether he shoots him or not. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us why that's psychiatrically significant.
First of all, it tells me that, at least according to him, he was paying attention. He was able to report that detail, assuming it's accurate. He was able to report that. He wasn't such an automaton, if you will, that he wasn't aware of lots of things around him. Second, I was interested in why he didn't shoot him, why he elected not to shoot him. And I think two things came up, at least two things came up. One is that by that time, according to him, he felt that he was done. And the second was, as he said several times, that would have been too personal.
He was able to make the choice not to shoot someone?
Yes, he was quite able to make the choice not to shoot.
All right, now I want to step back and just talk about a few other things that were touched upon throughout the videos, but we're going to segment them and talk about them in a little greater detail. One is, there is a conversation about Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, not just with you, but with other mental health providers in this case, and experts in this case, and even the notebook. So tell us a little bit about that in terms of when did those contacts with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein occur? And then let's talk about what you discovered from reviewing the discovery and talking with them that you found to be psychiatrically significant, okay?
Sure. If my memory serves, around early March of 2012, Mr. Holmes went to behavioral health or student health or something like that. He states because he felt anxiety, he felt anxious. There's one place in the record that suggests that Gargi told him to go or recommended that he go. But at any rate, he got there. He saw a social worker by the name of Ms. Roth. The social worker recognized what the social worker described as a person as anxious as anyone she'd ever seen, and also noted that he was talking about killing people. She then quickly referred him to a psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton, for further workup and evaluation. And I can go through the
We'll do that in a
chronology
minute.
some more if you like.
Let's step back. First off, what was the main complaint that it appears he went to go seek help for?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
He said, and the record reflects, that it was because he was feeling anxiety.
And that it impacted his public speaking?
Objection leading.
I'm not,
Hold on, it's a follow-up question to the last answer, I will allow it, go ahead.
now that you mention it, I recall seeing the public speaking thing in the record. I'm not sure exactly what else he said.
There's something else significant about what he told Ms. Roth that you just told us, and that was that he'd had these thoughts of killing people. What do you describe
But
that?
I'm going to object to the manner or the form of the question. Counsel just said there's something significant, and he's testifying, so I object to the form of the question.
Sustain us to the form of the question.
Doctor, the statement that you said that he made to Ms. Roth that he had thoughts of killing people, is that significant?
Sure.
Tell us why.
First of all, it indicates a potential dangerousness that everyone who hears that should pay lots of attention to. It may have to do with psychiatric things, it may not, but it means very strongly that whoever is seeing him needs to evaluate carefully and perhaps protect others as well.
Now, in your experience in the 40 years you've been doing this, have you come across people who have expressed similar thoughts at different times?
Similar, not absolutely exactly.
Now, does everyone that expresses something like that, is that a firm indication that they intend to act on it and soon?
No, most do not act on it.
So what sort of...
Objection, relevance, Judge, at this point to what other people do.
Objection, and the objection is untimely, I should say. So the objection is overruled as untimely. It was made after the answer. Go ahead.
Now, Doctor, you said that after he sees Miss Roth, that she then refers him to a psychiatrist. Is that Dr. Fenton?
Yes.
Now tell us, what develops out of the times they spend together that was significant for you to consider?
Dr. Fenton did a psychiatric evaluation, an outpatient psychiatric evaluation, considered several diagnoses, treated him for anxiety, paid attention to his statements about wanting to kill others, and documented that she heard those statements and, in her judgment, he was not going to act on them. They saw each other 4 times, I believe. As I mentioned, she prescribed some medication primarily associated with alleviating anxiety. At some point, she believed it was important to have another psychiatrist come into the sessions, asked Mr. Holmes' permission, and Dr. Feinstein joined them, and the 3 of them met for 2 more sessions. All this happened, I believe, over the course of mid-March to June 11, 2012.
During that period of time leading up to June 11th, 2012, was there any other documented or even told to you by Fenton and Feinstein, any other additional information provided by the defendant about whether he was planning to carry out these thoughts?
So far as I know from the notes and from the conversation with them, there were continuing comments about the thoughts, but nothing about specific victims, nothing about specific plans.
And those were asked?
Yes, those were asked.
Did they ever, during this time that they see him, does it ever document that he appeared suicidal?
They inquired about suicidality or suicide risk, and they came to the conclusion that he did not appear suicidal.
How about even depressed?
They assessed for depression. I don't recall exactly what they wrote down. I don't believe there was ever any diagnosis of a depressive illness. I don't remember whether depression was particularly mentioned in a list of symptoms or not.
Was there any indication as to whether his physical appearance changed at all, or hygiene at all, during the period that they met with him?
I remember one session, I think it was late in the 6 sessions, in which I think Dr. Feinstein said, either to me or in the record or both, that he smelled as if he didn't have good hygiene.
Was that the only reference to that you saw?
As I sit here, I don't recall any other. There may be one.
Do they ask him about, or is there anything in the record that suggests that he had told them that he was seeing any visual hallucinations?
No, he did not tell them about any visual hallucinations.
Shadows?
No.
Flickerings?
No.
Flashes?
No.
How about voices?
No, and I'm quite sure they asked about voices, and apparently he denied it. Now, I'm saying what was in the record and what they told me, and hoping that that's representative of exactly what happened in the sessions.
How about any discussions where he gives information to them about human capital or anything like that?
I don't recall any such comment in the record or their conversation with me.
So you have this, it sounds like 4 sessions with Dr. Fenton plus 2 with Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein. And you have these meetings with the defendant that take place over this period of time prior to the shooting. And given the information that was provided, was this the basis for some of the questions you asked the defendant about how forthcoming he was with Fenton and Feinstein?
It was part of the basis, yes.
And what did he tell you about all that?
He told me that he hid some things. He told me that he omitted some things. Told me that he believed or realized that if he told them more, they might or were likely to have him locked up, his phrase, which he didn't want.
How does that impact your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It suggests that he believed other people would think something wrong or at least dangerous was likely to occur, was imminently going to occur if he told them.
You said the last meeting that he had with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein was on June 11th. Is there anything in the record or through your conversations with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein where the defendant reveals to them that he has been amassing an arsenal of weapons?
Nothing at all.
Does he tell them anything about specific plans or targets on that June 11th, 2012 date?
No, he, so far as the record indicates or they indicate, he has kept all that from them.
He does share with them some other information about what his future plans may be. Is that true?
That's fair to say, sure.
What does he share with them?
He shares with them that he has failed his prelim exams, that he's dropping or dropped out of school, that he is going to go get a job. He may, I'm just not remembering, say that he was going to apply for unemployment, that dropping out of school or losing his job, so to speak, as a graduate student would cause a loss of the insurance. I think he said something about sticking around Denver rather than going back to San Diego or something like that.
When he does that, does he reference his lease?
I know that he signed a lease that would extend for some time. I'm not recalling whether or not he said that on that day.
Okay, and you were about to say something else before I kind of rudely stepped on your words there. Sorry.
Roughly halfway through the session I think was designed to last about 45 minutes. About 20 minutes into the session, he, according to them, abruptly said, I have to go now, I have to talk with my advisor or talk with somebody about dropping out, and without any ceremony left.
Now, you actually addressed this in this last portion of the videoed assessment where you ask him about how and why he ended up stopping and seeing Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, and you referenced the money portion based on what he'd sent in the notebook. Do you remember that?
I remember we talked about that topic.
Yeah, now what does he tell you about the statements that he makes to Drs. Fenton and Feinstein about, hey, I'm going to stop seeing you because I'm losing my insurance?
It's a bit confused, what he told me. He referred to, I wasn't going to have any money, my insurance was, or I had money, but my insurance had dropped. He, somewhere along the line, Fenton and Feinstein realized that he had some savings he could have used. They offered or invited him, and he tells us in the video, they invited him to continue. They said, essentially they said, we'll find a way to see you. And what he said in the video here that we just saw was, I didn't continue because I was going to be busy with my mission.
And doesn't he also say that he needed an excuse to get out of the session?
He did use the word excuse, yeah.
Now, Dr. Fenton, does she also, after this, acquire some additional information that you could consider based on phone calls to the defendant's mother and the head of his department, someone named Sukumar, last name begins with a V?
Yes.
What did you learn from that?
I'm going to object on the basis of double hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please? All right, the question has been withdrawn. Mr. Proctor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you spent portions of this videotaped assessment several different times talking about the notebook that the defendant generated. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about certain parts of it. You went over it. Was it almost line by line, or did you just pick certain portions that you thought were most relevant to your assessment?
I think it was close to line by line. I may have missed certain things. I just don't recall specifically.
Look, there are portions that we even heard in opening statement that were read. How do you characterize the things that were written, not related to the schematics, not related to the planning to commit the murders? I'm talking about the other things that were assessed. And I'll break it down in this way. There's a portion where he seems to engage in some philosophical writings. Do you recall that?
Depending on what you mean by philosophical, yes.
I use that term.
Okay.
There are writings that are unrelated to what ails him and unrelated to the schematics about how he was going to carry out this crime and unrelated to him assessing which way he wanted to commit murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, there are.
Can you describe for us what the significance of those portions were to you?
If I might have a copy of it, I've got one in my bag back there, or just so that I can be more accurate.
You may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Sir, I don't have any writing in this, and I'm handing you just a generic copy of this. I don't intend to admit this into evidence, but take a look at that, and if it looks like the notebook, let us know, and then if you're referring to a specific page, would you tell us which page you're referring to?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the question had to do with philosophical things.
That was my word, but don't use
Okay.
my word.
Okay. The first thing I see, oops. The first thing I see in the very beginning, and it doesn't have, it's a little confusing to look at.
Well, and Doctor, let me just make a record of that too. The copy they're looking at has 2 per page photographs, and then as you go past that, each page is full size.
Okay.
Does that help at all?
That's fine.
Okay.
One of the very first pages, titled Questions, simply says, what is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? And then there's a sort of a logo that I think folks may be familiar with by now, the circle with a 1 and an infinity in it, which he calls the ultraception.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but can I have the page, please?
Sure, it's before the pages are even numbered.
Yeah.
I believe it's the first page of the book.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, tell us, what significance, if anything, does that have for you?
Simply that he's asking a question that lots of people ask.
Not unusual.
No, and the ultraception kind of logo is personal to him. It doesn't have any particular significance to me as a drawing. He talks about it later, what it means to him.
Okay. Can you go to the next page then
Sure.
and tell us which page number it is?
Page 27, and it jumps to page 27. No, I'm sorry, the page before 27 that's not numbered is a dedication to Goober, Chrissy, Bobo, love yous. Those are his family members.
Why is that significant, if at all?
It's simply a little unusual. I don't know who, when this was written, who it was intended to be read by, if anyone. Sometimes one journal or something isn't intended to be read by anyone. But it does say to his family members, and it's interesting, but I don't know what it means.
Well, let me ask you, does it affect the way you assess and look at this thing if it appears that it's written for someone else?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation. The witness has said that he can't say what that means.
Overruled. It's a different question than whether he knows what it means.
When something's written for someone else, it implies to me that the writing changes a little or a lot because it's no longer completely private. It's what you want that person to see, just as when you take a photograph that other people are expected to see, you likely take a different photograph than you would if you were taking it just for yourself to look at.
And does that consideration impact sort of how you go through and view some of the stuff that's written in there?
Oh, sort of. I don't want to make too big a deal of it.
Sure. After that page, which I think it begins not on page 27. Dan, can I touch? How about the page after 27, which you would think is 28, but I don't see a 28 on it. Do you see?
It's not numbered, but it's just before 29. Oh, it is numbered 28, I beg your pardon.
Okay. Now, as we go through those things, how do those things impact you as you begin to add this to your assessment of the defendant prior to the shooting?
Without reading each one out loud, which you may or may not want me to do,
I do not.
they appear to be thoughts about life and the world and the universe and people, justice. They appear to be thoughts that he's thinking about and documenting the thoughts that he's having.
Okay.
Rather neatly, I might say.
Now, these things, do some of them do they strike you as philosophical or something else?
They strike me as philosophical. They're a little bit odd out of context. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. If you just read a sentence or a page, some of them look somewhat odd because I don't know the context. Perhaps they are odd, and there's an inference that they represent either an anguish in thinking about these things, concern about thinking about them, or perhaps a mental illness at various places.
Doctor, I know you've had the opportunity to review his performance in college and in undergrad. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you see his transcripts?
Yes.
Did you ever, as part of your assessment, and I didn't hear it on the videos, but as part of your global assessment, ever go back to see what philosophies were covered in the philosophy of life class he got an A in at the end of his undergraduate degree?
No, I never looked at that, never asked about it.
The schematics, as we move through this, right before them, I'm going to get you the page. 48. Judge, with the court's permission, could I publish that page?
Yes?
Ma'am, it's 341-48. I don't know what that means. Okay, this page right here, take a look at that, doctor. I want to ask you, how does this impact, if at all, your assessment of the defendant's capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly, all those things?
The page by itself could just be thoughts. In context, it suggests an ability to plan and think about a crime, think about pros and cons. Some of the items appear to be the idea comes up and then the idea is discarded. That's the way I think about it.
Now, as we move through the following pages, and you do not have to put these up, ma'am, you can take them down, 49, 50, 51, 52. And these are all the schematics of the different theaters with the pros and cons and whatnot. How do you assess those?
Now it becomes more specific. It appears to reflect more realistic planning, or at least more realistic thoughts about planning. It still doesn't indicate that something's going to happen taken out of context. But In context, and let me just,
And ma'am, would you put a 52 for us, please?
it appears to reflect a lot of trouble gone into both the thought and apparently the actual visiting or measuring of things going into planning the shootings.
Now, I've got the top part of page 52 blown up here on the screen. Take a look at that if you would, Doctor. Is there anything about the fact that he's measuring where law enforcement or military would be and ETA 3 minutes? Does that impact your assessment?
It suggests that he estimates how long it will take for the police to get there, and suggests that that there are thoughts about whether or how long it might take for him to be caught or stopped.
Now, again, in this particular workbook, notebook, journal, there's a couple pages where he goes through a rather detailed assessment, not only of what he believes ails him,
Judge,
but that
I'm going to object at this point to the form of the question. This is facts, not in evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Ma'am, would you put up page 32? (32, 33, 34, 35, and the top of 36? Do you see those, Doctor?
I have them here, yes.
Yeah, how would you describe those pages?
Through 35, it's a little bit dim here, but through 35, he appears to be describing things that he is feeling or believes are characteristics of his that are concerning, that are disturbing to him.
Now,
Symptoms, things like that.
based on what we're seeing up here on the top of 32, do these appear to be just a one-word list, or is he going into some description of them?
He goes into considerable description.
Now, over those pages, is there anywhere in there that the defendant says that he's seeing shadows?
I looked for that before, so I can say no.
That he's hearing voices?
No.
Anything that juggles?
No.
Take that down, man. I want to talk to you now about, we've talked a lot about capacity, but one of the things that you and the other experts do is try to come up with a diagnosis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us about what a diagnosis means and what's it based on when you try to come up with one.
A diagnosis, generally speaking, is a concise description of a known regular group of symptoms or signs, speaking medically.
Does the diagnosis itself, whatever the name it is that it's given, does that tell us about how whatever that is impacts someone's function?
If you're speaking of psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is usually not, but sometimes it is.
Now, in this particular case, and we'll talk about how you got there, you have concluded that the defendant has a serious mental illness. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us when the term serious or significant or any other synonym is used with mental illness, what is it saying?
Okay. First of all, serious mental illness to me is not quite synonymous with significant mental illness. Serious means a measurable effect on function or feeling or ability to get along in the world or comfort, things like that. That seems to me to go beyond the words simply significant.
So serious goes beyond the word significant, is that what you're saying?
To me.
Okay. So in this particular case, without getting to the names that may apply, what did you determine the mental illness, how it impacted or interfered with the defendant's function?
It caused him to have considerable difficulty communicating with some other people in particularly social ways. Not all people, but most. Caused him to misperceive sometimes what people around him thought or meant when they were interacting with him. Caused him to be very nervous, or I'll say anxious, in some or many social situations. Caused him in some ways to think oddly and to behave oddly. Interfered with his ability to reach his maximum potential in school or work. Interfered with his ability to form close or intimate relationships. I'm sure that's not an exhaustive list, but those are the things I think of.
The things you're describing, are most of them related to his ability to function closely, socially, that sort of thing, and communicate socially?
A lot of them are. I don't know that it's most of them, because some of them have to do with the way he views the world and how comfortable he is with the world, not just the way he interacts with the world.
Okay. Is there a book, a manual, a treatise, a something that you and other psychiatrists use to try to diagnose someone in terms of mental illness?
There are several, but the one that's most common and the one that I think you're referring to is something called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association.
Okay, now that means there must be 4 other prior editions?
Actually, there are 5 prior editions, but that's correct. There were 2 editions of the 4th edition. There were 2 versions of the 4th edition.
Now, and how do they change over time?
There's been an effort since before 1950, I think, to make the diagnoses more valid, that is, more scientifically correct, and more reliable, that is, so that one clinician using the same criteria will come to the same diagnosis or close to the same diagnosis as another clinician given the same set of symptoms. That process and those diagnostic criteria and other things in the book been arrived at by task forces and committees of hundreds of psychiatrists, psychologists, neuroscientists, and then reviewed in the field by thousands of psychiatrists, psychologists, and neuroscientists.
And we can call it the DSM-5 for short?
That's the better way to say it.
Is the DSM-5 a book that is relied upon by psychiatrists in your field?
Yes.
Do you rely upon the DSM-5?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you this purple book. Do you recognize what that book is? And ignore the tabs.
Yes, this is the DSM-5. I will say that I didn't know until you started mentioning it in this trial that it's purple. I thought it was blue.
Oh, that could be me.
And I don't mean to make light of things. This is a serious time. Okay.
Well, that's all right. I have a color impairment. So anyway, that book, whatever that book's color is, that's the DSM-5?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there some cautionary word from this manual and the people that put it out about using these diagnostic criteria that we're about to talk about in a setting exactly like this one?
Objection, Judge. The leading. May I approach?
You may. All right, the objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Doctor, your answer to that question?
Yes, there is. For the past at least 3 editions of the DSM, there's been what the APA calls a cautionary statement with regard to the use of the DSM in non-clinical settings, particularly administrative and particularly forensic ones.
Now, is this actually a cautionary statement about the entire book?
I believe it is. I'm quite familiar with the statement, yeah.
Who is the book written for?
Clinicians.
That's not us in here.
That's not most of us in here so far as I know.
Okay. What I'd like to ask you to do is there are 2 paragraphs that address this here. Could you please read for us paragraph number 1, and then I'm going to ask you to read paragraph number 3.
Sure. The title is Cautionary Statement for Forensic Use of DSM-5. Although the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria and text are primarily designed to assist clinicians in conducting clinical assessment, case formulation, and treatment planning, DSM-5 is also used as a reference for the courts and attorneys in assessing the forensic consequences of mental disorders. As a result, it is important to note that the definition of mental disorder included in the DSM-5 was developed to meet the needs of clinicians, public health professionals, and research investigators, rather than all of the technical needs of the courts and legal professionals. It is also important to note that DSM-5 does not provide treatment guidelines for any given disorder.
Now, paragraph number 3 begins, however.
However, the use of DSM-5 should be informed by an awareness of the risks and limitations of its use in forensic settings. When DSM-5 categories, criteria, and textual descriptions are employed for forensic purposes, there is a risk that diagnostic information will be misused or misunderstood. Those dangers arise because of the imperfect fit between the questions of ultimate concern to the law and the information contained in a clinical diagnosis. In most situations, the clinical diagnosis of a DSM-5 mental disorder, such as intellectual disability, intellectual developmental disorder, schizophrenia, major neurocognitive disorder, gambling disorder, or pedophilic disorder, does not imply that an individual with such a condition meets legal criteria for the presence of a mental disorder or a specified legal standard, e.g. for competence, criminal responsibility, or disability. For the latter, additional information is usually required beyond that contained in the DSM-5 diagnosis, which might include information about the individual's functional impairments and how these impairments affect the particular abilities in question. It is precisely because impairments, abilities, and disabilities vary widely within each diagnostic category that assignment of a particular diagnosis does not imply a specific level of impairment or disability.
Thank you, Doctor. What is that telling us in your expert opinion?
2 things. That when diagnoses and diagnostic criteria such as those in DSM-5 are used in a courtroom setting, that needs to be accompanied by some sort of explanation from a clinical source. The second, and I think important here, is that diagnoses, and they mention schizophrenia particularly, but it applies to virtually all the diagnoses, do not necessarily bear on the questions that a court asks, such as questions related to criminal responsibility, particularly when the question has to do, when the legal question has to do with how the person functioned at some particular time, rather than simply whether or not the diagnosis existed.
Or whether they had the capacity to form intent, knowing, or whether they had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
In this case, those are the questions, and that would apply.
Would you please do us the favor anyway of talking us through how you came to your conclusion about what diagnoses may apply here to the defendant and why?
First, I looked at the record, particularly regarding the defendant. I looked at the record of his evaluations, of his treatment, of his various psychological testing and other testing, records of interviews with him, records of how other people view him or have experienced him, particularly prior to the shootings. Then I spent a fair amount of time with him talking about lots of things, and the process of talking with him was also creating, in my mind, something called a mental status examination, which helps me understand how he is mentally functioning as I'm talking with him. Then I take the things that I find, and I think this is true of other people like me too, not just me. I take the things that I find, and I think in my mind, does this fit any psychiatric diagnosis? And if so, which diagnosis or diagnoses may it fit? Then I go to the DSM-5 and other references as well, generally. But ultimately, I'll go to the DSM-5 and see which of the criteria appear to apply to the defendant and all those characteristics. The fit is never, or almost never, exact, but the criteria are set out with a little bit of room. For example, many of the diagnoses might list for one part of a diagnosis 5 or 6 or 7 different things, and if he has 4 or 5 or 6 of them, then that's a mark toward the diagnosis.
Okay, in this particular case, doctor, tell us what conclusion you came to and why.
My conclusion is that he meets the criteria for something called schizotypal personality, SCHIZOTYPAL, personality, and may well meet the criteria for something called delusional disorder. I was aware as I did that he comes close to meeting criteria for some other similar disorders, but the one I think is most applicable and the one for which he does meet the criteria, in my opinion, is schizotypal personality.
You said delusional disorder, and we've heard you refer to a delusion. What is the psychiatric definition of a delusion?
A delusion is a fixed belief that is also false, a fixed false belief. And in addition, it's a belief that is generally not held by others in a society. That allows us to say that religions are not a delusion, whether somebody thinks they're false or not false. But one may be delusional within a religion if his or her belief is way outside those bounds. The example I usually give is, for example, a charismatic Christian may well not be delusional, but if he or she truly believes that he's Jesus Christ, he probably is, very probably is delusional even within that religious belief.
Now, in this particular case, you concluded, it sounds like, that the defendant has at least one delusion. Did you conclude one or more than one?
The defendant has some, I'm pretty well convinced, he has some experiences of delusion. Whether he meets the criteria for delusional disorder or not is another matter, but within schizotypal personality disorder, there's room for one of the criteria that one may meet, doesn't have to, is that delusions exist. And I believe that at various times he has had them and probably has some chronic delusions as well.
Like what?
Some of the more temporary ones had to do with the idea that that he expressed and told Dr. Fenton about, that Dr. Fenton had purposely locked him out of the office one day, and that a box sitting near Dr. Fenton's desk had some meaning that the box didn't really have. That was apparently short-lived and limited. The larger one, a larger one, the one that stands out, is the delusion that if he kills someone, he somehow takes on something representative of their value, even though it's arbitrary to him. And once again, I'm a little confused about that. Both Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein talked about him being paranoid, which has an implication of delusion in it. And I think I'm not doing a very good job of explaining.
Well, let me just ask you, you said you're confused about whether or not this belief that he has this increased value from killing people is a delusion. Well, I want to ask you, based on the definition that you get.
Objection, misstates the testimony. Object to the form of the question.
Overruled.
I want to ask, go ahead, sir. If you need to clarify something I said, please do that.
Okay. If I may, I'm going to. Okay. I would not argue with somebody that, with a professional, with a clinician, that says this is a delusional characteristic. He doesn't really have the value of other people, and that's that. He believes in it. It's a fixed and false belief that nobody else holds. As I kind of philosophically look at it, is it merely a philosophical belief? I leave room for somebody else who might say that it is. I lean toward the idea of delusion. I'm sorry that I'm so vague about it.
So, well, let me ask you then to clarify, what are some classic delusions that might help us understand what the delusion is based on that definition you gave?
Some of the common ones, the persecutory ones, are somebody's out to get me, and it's not just because they're really out to get me. You heard him talk about the possibility that police cars parked around his apartment from time to time were there watching him. When he thought about it a little bit, he sort of explained that maybe they weren't really there to watch him. He considered the possibility that they weren't watching him. That moves us a little away from delusion. The idea that another example would be somebody who thinks he or she is someone grandiose. I'm the king of England. I'm the queen of the desert. And with a true belief in that, not I feel like the queen of the desert. I am the queen of the desert, and nothing you can say will dissuade me of that. There are other examples, but that's the idea.
Can I ask you some hypotheticals? Somebody thinks that the person that they're killing is not a person, but instead is a demon inhabiting a person's body. Would that be a delusion?
Truly believed, that would be a delusion, and that would be a relevant one for a criminal court in some cases.
How about someone who believes if they don't engage in some conduct that California will break off the U.S. and slip into the ocean?
That would be a delusion.
Now, do all those things have as a common characteristic, including the ones you gave, they are either factually accurate or they are factually inaccurate? Is that fair?
If I'm understanding you, the clearness that they're factually inaccurate
like that person's not really the queen of whatever
is important. That's important to the concept, sure.
So I want to ask you, regarding this potential delusion about value, the defendant, did he tell you it was a factual value or abstract and theoretical?
And
Judge, that misconstrues the testimony.
He's asking the question, overruled.
And that's partly my point. When I asked him, is this something real or something that you've made up for yourself, he really wouldn't say it was real. He said, in effect, I made it up for myself. It came from inside me. It's arbitrary. And that's where I have a little bit of problem with it. I don't mean to be making this more complicated than it is. It may be arguing about the number of angels that can dance on the head of a pin.
Yeah, well, I'm going to continue to ask you a couple more angel-related questions then, okay? If this belief, as has been described, I'm asking you a hypothetical now. If a belief is one that is theoretical, is abstract, is one that has no physical component to it, no disprovable physical component to it, how is it that anybody can say whether it is a false belief?
I'm afraid I don't buy the premise.
Well, tell me.
There are lots of things that we can't test that we're still pretty sure are false beliefs, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, let me try to make it simpler. I love Justin Bieber. I think Justin Bieber's the greatest performer on the planet Earth, okay? Let's say that. And no matter what you do, you can show me Beatles, Elvis, country music, whatever it is, I am never going to be dissuaded from that because I value him as the greatest performer ever in the history of music. Now, if everybody on the planet Earth voted and said, we disagree with that, Bieber fever is over, that's it, he's awful, is that a delusion on my part? Or is that just a value, a subjective value that I've chosen to place on something?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
It sounds like a value you have chosen, and you used the word subjective. And interestingly, I believe Mr. Holmes used the term subjective as well in the video. Now, he may have been using the word subjective in another context.
Yeah, I'd object to that as a misstatement of the evidence.
The jury will rely on its own memory of what's on the videotape. All right.
Go ahead, sir.
You're not delusional just because you think Justin Bieber is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Well, then, can you help me understand how can the defendant be considered delusional because he has decided for himself, by himself, that he gets some indescribable increase of value by killing other people?
It depends on the clinical judgment, and I've kind of already said that there are ways to interpret it as something other than a delusion and ways I wouldn't argue with to interpret it as a delusion. Either way, we're left with the defendant as he is, whatever we call it.
Understood. Is believing or is concluding that there's a delusion one of the diagnostic criteria for schizotypal personality disorder?
It's one of the criteria, but it need not be met. It's one of the possible criteria. You only have to meet 5 of 8 in that particular section.
In this particular case, tell us which ones you think apply to the defendant for your diagnosis. And doctor, I see you referring to something. Can we presume that's your report?
Yes, I'm referring to my report.
Do us a favor. When you're referring to your report, would you tell us that and
Sure.
tell us what page you're looking at?
Sure. I'm looking at pages 5 and 6 of my report, and on those pages I quote heavily or summarize from the DSM-5. Within one portion of the way one diagnoses schizotypal personality, there are 9 things to consider, and the person needs to have 5 in order to pass that particular hurdle getting to the diagnosis. And let me point out that the diagnoses are not rote cookbook things. They involve clinical judgment and clinical wrestling sometimes, just as we've been talking about whether such and such is a delusion or not. One of the things that he has, in my opinion, is odd beliefs or magical thinking that influence his behavior and are inconsistent with cultural norms. Part of that odd belief or magical thinking, in my view, would be the thinking that if he kills someone, he gets something from that. Another is unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions. We've talked about Mr. Holmes describing seeing flickers or shadows. There are points in the notebook in which he describes, and he described to me, wondering if his nose is a certain way, wondering if some other body parts are working or not working, that I think are likely to be illusions about his body. And certainly the other perceptual experience would be the shadows or the flickers, assuming that they're as he's describing them. A third one is odd thinking and speech, such as, but not necessarily limited to, vagueness, circumstantiality, that's wandering around before you come back to the point, speaking in metaphors, over-elaborating a stereotyped speech. The way he has talked with me and with some other people it reflects an odd way of speaking, and I believe reflects an odd way of thinking as well. The fourth one, suspiciousness or paranoid thinking. I think that's present to at least some extent at some times, and we've already talked about, and I'm talking about before the shootings, we've already talked about him thinking that Dr. Fenton's box had a particular significance, or Dr. Feinstein's cast had a particular significance for him. The fifth one, sixth one on the list, but the fifth one that he has, in my opinion, inappropriate or constricted, limited affect. Affect means your facial expression or your emotions as they come through your face. We see in Mr. Holmes a somewhat flattened or blunted affect. Some affects I've simply not seen. Significant anger, significant sadness, things like that. I've seen a little humor, but mostly his face doesn't change much as he talks with us, or to anyone that I know of. Another one, I think it would be number 5, maybe the number, whichever number it is. Odd, eccentric, or peculiar appearance or behavior. The way he behaves with people, I believe, is a bit odd, and I would put a check mark there. Some people wouldn't. They would say he's not particularly eccentric. He doesn't wear green clothes all the time or something like that. If we think about his dyeing his hair red, I don't think that's a big deal in this particular context. The next one, lack of close friends or confidants other than close family. He has some friends, or has had some friends. They're not that close, and when they get close, he has difficulty with that. He has had some close friends, but there's an overall lack of them and difficulty with those interactions. And finally, the last one on the list is excessive social anxiety that doesn't diminish with familiarity, and tends to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about himself. That may or may not be present, since when he becomes more familiar with people, the anxiety tends to decrease. It's a little hard to tell. He was with me for a fair amount of time, and the anxiety may have decreased a little bit. I'm not sure whether that one applies to him or not, particularly because if it's there, well, let me go back on that. Tending to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about oneself. It may be there, it may not. Any way you cut it, I believe there are at least 5 of those 9 things that are clearly present in Mr. Holmes. Now, there's another part of the diagnosis, and that is that he doesn't meet, in order to make the diagnosis, he cannot meet criteria for certain more serious illnesses, such as schizophrenia. If he is diagnosed accurately with schizophrenia, then in my book, he doesn't have schizotypal personality. Maybe he had it before and it became schizophrenia. The issue there is, does he meet the initial criteria for schizophrenia? I believe he does not meet those, so I would, or did not prior to the shootings, so I would leave him here. I'm aware that some other people believe he does meet those criteria. I don't have an enormous argument with him, except that, and maybe this is going too far with your question, except that I don't believe he had a significant psychotic break prior to the shootings. That is a significant and lasting break with reality.
Your Honor, I think you're about to ask me if I needed 15 minutes more, and I do, and then I'll be done.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break then. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please keep in mind all of the advisements that I've been giving you with respect to your conduct. They all apply during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Now, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. I'll see you folks back here in 20 minutes. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the people ready to proceed? Is the defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, would Mr. King and Mr. Brockler please approach before we bring the jury in? Okay, are the parties ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready for the jury, Mr. King? Mr. King, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Oops, sorry, buddy.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Brockler, you want to proceed with your direct examination of Dr. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to remind the jury that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we were talking about schizotypal personality disorder and some of the diagnostic criteria. What I want to ask you is, in terms of the serious mental illnesses that there are, is schizotypal one of them?
Yes.
What percentage of the population has a serious mental illness?
Objection relevance?
Sustained.
Doctor, is one of the hallmarks of schizotypal personality disorder?
Actually, let me back up.
Yes, sir.
I will overrule myself. Overruled.
Yes, sir.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead.
Did you know that question that I asked before?
Yes, what percentage of the population has a serious mental illness.
Yes, sir.
What I would consider to be a serious mental illness, or what various professional groups consider something called severe and chronic mental illness, give or take altogether 3 to 5% of the population.
3 to 5% of the population?
3 to 5%.
Across the planet or in the United States, or does it
At
matter?
least in the United States, and most conditions are not limited to any particular cultural group or gender or race.
Is it the hallmark of a serious mental illness that someone is violent or prone to murder?
No, not at all.
How about schizotypal personality disorder specifically?
Not at all. Murder and serious crime violence is quite uncommon.
How about, well, let's go to one extreme. How about schizophrenia?
It's quite uncommon.
I want to ask you if you formed an opinion as to whether or not the defendant was floridly psychotic or suffered some psychotic break on July 19th and or 20th of 2012.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, I have an opinion.
Tell us about it.
My opinion is that there is no indication at all that I know of that Mr. Holmes was, I'm going to use the phrase, floridly psychotic on July 19 or 20. What I mean by floridly psychotic, I guess it's a term of psychiatrists and psychologists. The psychosis or the break with reality is very evident. I mean, I guess think of a flower that's completely there in all its color. I have no indication at all that he was anything like that at any time on July 19 or 20.
In coming up with your opinion as to whether or not the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on social standards of morality, tell us what things you considered and factored into that opinion.
If I may, I'll refer to my report.
Yeah, and would it refresh your recollection to go through those things and tell us?
I outlined them in a good way, I think, of thinking about it in the report relatively quickly.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm on page 3 through 5.
Doctor, forgive me. Can I, now that I've got you right there, can I back up 1 second?
Sure.
I was just reminded I didn't follow up on something. We talked about florid psychosis, and you do not believe that the defendant was floridly psychotic back when these murders were committed. Is that different than a psychotic break?
One can have a psychotic break and not be absolutely psychotic in every way, but it's very, very noticeable when one has what psychiatrists and psychologists call a psychotic break. It's very noticeable both to professionals and to non-professionals around the individual. Everyone, in my opinion, any reasonable person would know something was very wrong.
Did you see any evidence of that with the defendant around the 19th, 20th of July, 2012?
Objection asked and answered.
This is a little different. This is more specific than the last question asked. Overruled.
I saw no indication of that. There is an action, namely the violent action, that's quite unusual, but that it's simply the evidence for a psychotic break, something acute like that is just not there.
And so let me jump forward now, sort of backward to the question I asked, which is, can you tell us what findings you made that helped you come to your opinion about whether the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on the standard the court has advised the jury of?
Sure. There is lots and lots of evidence with regard to his having the capacity to know that the shootings would be highly illegal. There is no evidence that I know of that suggests that he didn't have the capacity to know that the shootings would be highly illegal. His planning, rehearsing, practicing were hidden from others, surreptitious. He planned and considered and or implemented various methods of distraction or escape. He carefully chose a method of killing that he reasonably believed would result in maximum death, with minimum chance that he would be stopped before shooting and killing many people. He carried out the shootings and related behaviors deliberately and methodically. He knew beforehand that his victims would suffer and that they would not have wanted to be shot or killed. A couple of other things have come to mind since I wrote the report that kind of overlap with this. I see no indication in the record that he was particularly disorganized in his activities around that time.
Hang on one sec. You
Sure.
got to tell us what that word means. What does disorganization mean, and why is it psychiatrically significant?
His thinking, although odd in some ways, was not disorganized. It was a rational, he went through rational steps to accomplish the task. The reasoning he used in accomplishing the task was generally deductive reasoning, if you will. If I do this, such and such is likely to happen. If I do that, else is likely to happen or not likely to happen. Those are counter to the thought that he was psychotic and out of touch with reality.
I want to ask you a couple follow-up questions on that. You said that one of the things you considered was that his planning and practice were surreptitious. What are you referring to?
He didn't tell his doctors about many, many aspects of the things that would have been important to tell them. He didn't let anybody see what he was doing in his apartment. He didn't talk with anybody about his plan when he, in his words, cased the theater. As far as I know, he didn't tell anybody what he was doing. He didn't tell any of his friends who asked how he was doing at various times and how was he. Didn't tell any of them. This was a part of his life, unlike other parts of his life at the time, that he very much kept to himself, I believe, for the specific purpose of being allowed to continue it and not being stopped.
How about when you said he had methods of distraction and escape?
His cell phone ruse, that is, he figured out a way to be able to leave the theater without drawing attention to himself by pretending he got a cell phone call so he could go outside and put on his regalia, his body armor, etc., and get the weapons. He chose, by the way, not to walk through the theater wearing the body armor and the weapons, although I think he had some sort of leg protection underneath his pants. He, excuse me, parked his car behind the theater. He had some general ideas of what he might do to escape, but I want to be clear that he has consistently said that he didn't plan very much at all beyond the killings. He wasn't planning to run off somewhere, as far as anybody knows, but he did have a couple of things in his car that were consistent with the possibility of escape. Those are things that come to mind. There are probably others.
What about the venue that he chose to commit these murderous acts?
He talked a lot with me and with others, and in his notebook, about choosing a place that was contained, that would have lots of people in it at a particular time, in which before the police got there, even though the police station was close, before they got there, he could kill some people. He thought about other kinds of venues and eliminated them for rational, or at least pretty rational, reasons. Don't want to make a bomb because they don't know how to make a bomb. Don't want to do it at an airport, for various reasons that he jotted down. So that within that task, he chose the venue, the time, etc., carefully.
What about methods to incapacitate his would-be victims?
He purchased and used some tear gas or a tear gas-like material to both protect himself and incapacitate the victims. He had a plan to lock one of the escape doors with handcuffs. He didn't carry it out. He planned to do that and purchased the handcuffs. He specifically didn't want people to escape and kept them from escaping by shooting them or shooting at them. I'm not thinking of other victim incapacitating things.
How about the decision to cover himself head to toe with body armor?
It's clear that he decided to do that and rationally carried out ways to do that, ordered the materials, tried them on. They were the kind of materials I think that a rational person would buy, although I'm not a criminologist or a ballistics expert. He described, and I can think of at least two reasons for that. One has to do with protecting himself so he doesn't get killed. Another has to do with surviving long enough to kill more people.
What about this notion that he wanted to keep it, in his words, impersonal?
That description to me is not a reliable description. I don't know exactly what's in his mind as he says that. No one can know what's in his mind. When I asked him about other ways of killing people that might cause more deaths and less collateral damage, for example, sniping or ambushing people, the fact that he said that was too personal seemed odd to me, since in order to carry out the theater shooting, he moved through the theater with lots of people around, sat among people. When he came back in, was aware that at least some of the time, I don't believe all the time, but at least some of the time, he was aiming at specific people who were doing specific things that he didn't like or didn't want to occur, such as leave. When he talked about the person who was apparently emptying the trash into a trash dumpster while he was changing in his car, he said, or strongly implied, that he was willing to kill that person. Actually, he didn't say kill that person. He said there was a gun for that purpose in the door of the car. That would have been, in my view, pretty up close. And I think I asked him about that being what I called up close and personal, so that whatever he may have meant, there were some close attributes to that. Perhaps I'm not saying that very well.
If we're to take the defendant at his word that he believed that he would increase his value by murdering more people, does that impact at all your opinion about whether he knew right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How about the fact that he says, subsequent to being arrested, that he believed that he would have possibly committed suicide if he hadn't murdered all these people? Does that impact his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It doesn't suggest to me an impact on such a capacity. It may be a belief that he had, it may be, but it doesn't say anything to me about his capacity to know right from wrong.
The other part of this sanity standard that the judge has read involves the capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and then to act knowingly. Now, there may be some overlap with some of the things you've just described, but are there additional things that you considered that were factored into your opinion about his capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and to act knowingly?
Objection asked and answered.
I think this is a different question than what was asked before, so overruled.
It's very clear to me that he had the capacity to form that kind of intent and the capacity to know those things. I just don't see any indication that he did not.
Would you, in your expert opinion, characterize the evidence that speaks to his capacity to know right, bless you, know right from wrong And his capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and to act knowingly?
Sure.
Leading.
Overruled?
Sure. There's so much of it. There's so much evidence in that direction, in my opinion, that I could talk about it or read things for a long time. Generally, pretty much everything I've said goes to that, plus his own statements 2 years later. We need to remember that those statements were 2 years later, that he was aware of what society thought and believed, and that it was worth it to him for the things he thought he would get out of it, namely 50-50 chance of being less depressed, at not committing suicide, and the additional points to increase his value or his feeling of value. They were, I think he stated very clearly, they were worth it in spite of what he described as a capacity to know what society thought about that.
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
Members of the jury, remind you again that you have to rely on your own memory of the evidence as opposed to this witness's recollection of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Beyond the statements that you talked about, which admittedly were 2 years after the fact, did you consider in formulating these opinions the other evidence that took place before and even after July the 19th and 20th, 2012 in coming up with your opinion?
Sure, and that evidence and pieces of the record, et cetera, from before and just after are important. They have to do with his conversations with other people, his conversations, for example, with Gargi, I believe, his girlfriend at the time, and then his friend for some time after that, about waiting until he was old to kill people because you get arrested for that, or that means your life is over, or something like that. I take into consideration reports that I read of people who saw him soon thereafter, interviews that I read or viewed on video of him, comments from people who were around him in in June, and I believe also in July, Dr. Fenton's comments as of up to June 11th, things like that.
If someone else were to disagree with your diagnosis and say, I think that the defendant suffers from something called schizoaffective disorder, would that change your opinion about his capacity to know right from wrong and to be able to form the culpable mental states in this case?
No, because everything I've described is simply something that he did or was able to do, no matter what his diagnosis was.
Even if that diagnosis was schizophrenia?
Even if his diagnosis was schizophrenia.
At the end of the day, are the things that you relied upon to form your opinion about the diagnosis or the defendant's ability to function?
I'm sorry?
Your opinions.
Oh, are they about diagnosis or ability to function? With regard to my task with the court, it's about his ability to function.
Doctor, within a reasonable degree of certainty in your areas of expertise, was the defendant legally sane under the standards the court has given you on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
Without meaning to usurp the jury's job, and it's a tough job, I believe so.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. King. Take your time.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi, Mr. King.
I don't know if I'm going to be done with you by 5 o'clock.
I understand.
But before we play all of the videos again for the jury, I have some questions for you.
Surely.
What I'd like to do with the time that I have remaining this afternoon and tomorrow morning is I'd like to, with your permission, sir, do the following. I'd like to have a discussion with you about the way you approach this examination, if I may. I'd like to have a discussion with you about your qualifications and experience, if I may. I'd like to talk with you about mental illness or disease generally speaking. And more specifically, I have some questions about the schizophrenia spectrum disorders and other disorders that are diagnosed by the various clinicians in this case. And then finally, I'd like to talk with you about some of the conversations you had with Mr. Holmes and the things that he said, and follow up on some of the points that Mr. Brockler has raised with you over the course of the past week or so. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
I would first like to talk about two kind of general topics that apply here, if you will. And the first of those is malingering, and the second is memory. Malingering, sir, is the feigning of psychiatric symptoms. Is that correct?
Is the feigning of pretty much any symptom or medical symptom, including psychiatric ones, with the specific intent of gaining something. There's another condition in which you feign without that, but I understand what you're saying.
And with regard to malingering and gaining a benefit, you're talking about, as an example, what an example might be somebody who's seeking to get declared so that they can receive SSI or some kind of support for being disabled along those lines due to a psychiatric condition. If you were to evaluate someone who was in that position, you would want to bear that in mind, that there was that possible motivation there. Is that right?
Yes.
And malingering, or the feigning of symptoms, is something that all clinicians have to be concerned about in all circumstances, right?
To some extent, particularly, and we're taught particularly when there's a gain to having a diagnosis or the symptoms.
And I gave one example of that. Certainly another example of that might be if someone was facing criminal charges.
Sure.
And it would depend on what they desired the outcome to be, obviously, but there may be, in that circumstance, a concern that the person might be feigning symptoms, faking it, in order to gain some kind of benefit in court. Fair to say?
Fair enough.
Now, even people who have mental illnesses can malinger. Isn't that right? Sometimes people may have a mental illness, but they may exaggerate it. Fair to say?
Exaggeration may be a little different from malingering, but it's certainly true that people with mental illness sometimes malinger or attempt to malinger.
And the way that you guard against malingering, and as a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm going to go through that in a while, but your specialty is forensic psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And that has to do with the intersection of psychiatry and the law. Fair to say?
Fair enough.
You're trained especially in doing what you're doing here today, testifying in court about legal matters for judges and juries. Fair to say?
It's one of the things that I do. I don't spend much of my time doing it, but it's one of the things that I do.
You, and the way that you guard or against a possible malingering in that context is that you really have to be very vigilant about it and keep your eye open for it all the time, right?
That's one of the things, sure.
You have to match what the person says to what the person says to other people, correct?
That's one of the ways to guard, yes.
You have to compare the person's descriptions to other evidence in the history or in the case itself that would either corroborate that testimony or those statements or contradict it?
If it's available, yes, it's a great idea to do that, and I recommend it.
And I'm going to talk to you about statements that are made and memory in just a while, but I'm trying to focus just on this area right now as I go through. And the way that you as a psychiatrist normally do this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is twofold. You in the course of your clinical interviews and your interactions with the patient or the defendant, you employ your clinical experience and your training to make an evaluation of what you think is the situation with regard to whether the person is malingering or feigning symptoms, right?
That's part of it. It's not the most reliable part of it, but that's part of it.
And another reliable part of it is that you can engage in psychological or neuropsychological testing that will test for effort and feigning, correct?
There are some tests, particularly for feigning, for some disorders, and there are a number of tests in which a part of the test has to do with whether the test is taken honestly with appropriate effort, yes. And you may have misunderstood an answer that I made earlier, and forgive me if you didn't. When you asked about using one's clinical experience in the interview, one of the things I said was that is not the most reliable thing. It's useful, and I just wanted to be sure that you didn't class that as one of the super reliable things.
No. What are the super reliable things that you're referring to then?
I wish there were ultimately reliable ways. They very often have to do with, perhaps most important, corroborating information, seeing if what the person says comports accurately with the person's medical record, with observations of other people over time, with information from a time in which the particular question didn't matter, such as before a crime or such as before. I don't want to go on too long, but you get the point.
And forgive me, but I thought that's what I was asking you about when I asked you about corroboration and the changes in statements. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about now?
Yes.
And my question then was, you view those things in light of your own clinical experience as an experienced psychiatrist, correct?
Sure.
When it comes to the psychological testing, that's not something that you do yourself as a regular matter. Is that right?
I don't personally do testing. I refer it elsewhere, and although I'm familiar with some tests, if we get much further in questions about that, I'll ask you to ask a psychologist.
And I think we're going to have an opportunity to do that. But just so that we're clear, that's fairly normal for psychiatrists to not themselves administer psychological testing. That really is more often the purview of a psychologist, fair to say?
That's a true statement.
And the difference, again, and I think Mr. Brockler may have touched on this, but the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist, well, first of all, they're both mental health professionals.
True.
They both treat individuals with mental illnesses.
The clinical ones do, yes.
They both can diagnose mental illnesses.
The clinical ones, yes.
Depending on their credentials, they can render opinions about sanity or other opinions, fair to say?
Fair to say.
And the one thing, well, not the one thing, but a significant difference, certainly, is that psychiatrists such as yourself are MDs, right? Medical doctors.
That's correct.
That means you went to medical school, as we know, and then you decided to specialize in the area of psychiatry, correct?
And then took further training in that. That's correct.
So you had to go through all of the normal training that every other doctor goes through to get by medical school, and then you went on for further training in psychiatry. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And a psychologist is someone who doesn't have an MD but has a PhD normally.
Most clinical psychologists, those practicing and licensed to practice in states that I know of, have doctorate degrees, PhDs, yes.
Some have a thing called a PSY.
There's a PsyD, there's an EDD, but they have a doctoral level training and often an internship in the clinical aspects of psychology.
and I don't want to, again, get too in depth to these psychological instruments or tests that are given, but these are things that are normed very often, are normed statistically against the general population. Fair to say?
The good ones are normed, that is validated. They're tested against members of the general population, often also against members of a particular diagnostic group or members of a particular cultural group or legal group, such as people in prison or people with depression, something like that.
And many of these instruments, like the MMPI or the PAI, and I'm using acronyms, or the SIRS, SIRS, are normed to the populations, and that's in order to provide an objective measure, in a sense, of how that person's testing relates to others in the population who may or may not have a mental illness.
I think it's fair to say, and I'll try to stay within my expertise here, that the effort is to take group data and accurately apply it to individuals where one can.
And in this case, involving Mr. Holmes, you did both of those methods, I guess, of testing for whether he was malingering or not. Is that right? And by both, I mean you both engaged with him over a long period of time, took statements from him and evaluated, in your opinion, those statements and et cetera, correct?
Correct.
And you also farmed out, if you will, to a psychiatrist and a psychologist and a neuropsychologist, actually, from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo to do both psychological and neuropsychological testing for you. Is that right?
I asked for the psychological testing, including some testing specific to malingering. I don't believe I asked for the neuropsychological testing, but it was done.
Yeah, but you got the results of that.
Yes,
testing.
I have the results.
And that was done by Dr. Rose Manguso. Is that correct? The neuropsychological
Among
testing?
other people, yes.
And the psychological testing that you asked for was done by a doctor named Dr. Thomas Gray from Pueblo. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray administered the instruments I just named, amongst a few others, the PAI, the MMPI, and the SIRS. And I'm going to let him describe what the details of the personality testing is, but I just have a couple questions about the SIRS in particular.
Sure.
That was something that you requested, correct?
It was suggested to me, and I would have requested it anyway. It's pretty standard in a situation like this.
And what the SIRS stands for, the acronym stands for Structured Interview of Reported Symptoms.
Yes.
And that, again, is a test that's normed up statistically against a population. Is that right?
Against various populations in various contexts, yes.
And that's a test that's actually written by Dr. Richard Rogers. Is that right?
Yes. And
Dr. Rogers is a very highly regarded psychologist. Fair to say?
Very fair to say.
And that's someone that you know.
I've known him for years, yes.
And that SIRS test basically is a test of whether or not someone is malingering the symptoms. They're asked to endorse certain symptoms, and they either do or they don't. And then the test can tell through proper analysis objectively whether or not the person is feigning their symptoms.
I think it'd be more accurate to say, and I may be corrected by Dr. Rogers or Dr. Gray or somebody else, that the test attempts to gauge the probability that a person is feigning answers on that test. Not that he's feigning answers somewhere in a psychiatric interview, but that the person is taking that test accurately and honestly.
Right. So
the result that comes out, I believe, is a probability statement, something like this is the group in which the likelihood is high, this is a group in which the likelihood is medium, and this is a group in which the likelihood is low, or something like that.
Yeah, and we'll have the psychologist describe exactly how the statistics work.
You're exhausting my knowledge as
But
we speak. Yeah.
suffice it to say that, like you said, the test only can evaluate the items listed in the test. It can't go out and check everything else that took place in a psychiatric interview, for example.
That's right. It uses those items to make an estimate of the way the person is answering questions at that time.
And you end up with a percentile score of where the person falls among the statistical population.
Something like that.
Your conclusion after employing these methods, sir, in this case, is that Mr. Holmes there is just no evidence that Mr. Holmes is malingering that you've encountered.
There at least is very little. I think the likelihood is very low. And if I might just make a quick statement about malingering, that I think, I don't know what's relevant or not. You're speaking about malingering illness or illness symptoms. In occasional situations, there are people who wish to malinger being better than they are. They wish to try to appear better than they are. I don't think it's relevant here, but I just wanted to be complete in my answer.
Okay, so that would be understating your symptoms.
Yes.
Or hiding your symptoms, perhaps.
Yes.
You, as you sit here, cannot think of a reason that you think, let me say this. There is very little, if no evidence that Mr. Holmes is malingering. Fair to say?
In my opinion, that's correct.
And that's also the opinion of all of the other clinicians that have evaluated him, as far as you know. Is that right?
Who have evaluated him, you're correct so far as I know. Mm-hmm.
And the opinion of Dr. Gray, after administering the SIRS, was that there is virtually no possibility that he's malingering based upon that instrument.
You'd have to ask Dr. Gray. I have his report somewhere, and I don't remember exactly what he said. It was along those lines.
Nothing that caused you any concern at all.
That's correct.
So there's certainly, you said, very little, if no, evidence that he is malingering, and there's ample evidence that he is not, correct?
I think that's a good way to state it.
I also want to talk to you a little bit about memory, if I could.
Sure.
And the reason that I want to do that is because you came on to this, be involved in this case after some period of time had passed since the July 20th, 2012, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you came on board?
It was
approximately
spring of 2014, late spring of 2014, I believe.
So that's 2.5 years after the event, correct?
At least 1.5, 1.75 years.
Oh, there we go. That's why I went to law school, right? So 1.5 years when you came on board, and right around 2 years when you started doing your the videotaped examination that we've just seen.
Right at 2 years later.
And you had access to a lot of information in the history, and we're going to talk about that. But all of the statements that you received from Mr. Holmes were taken after that 2-year period had elapsed, correct?
I'm trying to think if there were any quotes from prior to July 19, 2012.
Well, I'm talking specifically about things he said to you personally.
Yes, those were all 2 years and more after the fact.
Other than the things he said to you personally, you're relying on the reports of other clinicians or other witnesses or other documents that are providing you with the history information.
It's at least secondhand.
At least secondhand.
Except that, I hate to be so obsessive about it, There was a videotape when he was an adolescent that he was in. I don't think it matters to your question.
There was a videotape that we gave to you also when he was in the hospital, right?
That was well after the fact.
That was
Yeah,
after
I'm talking, oh, yes.
And I'm talking about any statements that the defendant made to you, and all of the statements that the defendant
me,
made to you
it's
were
all
made
2 years
2
out.
years afterwards.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, he had been seen Dr. Gurr, correct?
He had seen Dr. Gurr by that time, yes.
And Dr. Gurr had seen him a number of times at that point. Is that right?
I believe she'd seen him at least twice. I'm not certain. I could look at the record, but yes, she had seen him and interviewed him for, I think, a number of hours.
Okay. And she saw him, for example, December 19th of 2012.
I know she saw him soon after the event of November of 2012. As you're speaking, I believe she saw him in later December and then in January of 2013.
Saw him in January of 2013, and then she saw him in February of 2013 again. Is that right?
I imagine you're accurate. I'm just not remembering the particular chronology.
And my point is not the dates. My point is that she saw him several times before you did. Fair
That's
to say?
accurate.
He also was seen and evaluated by a psychiatrist named Dr. Jeffrey Metzner before you saw him. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we presumably will hear from Dr. Metzner at some point too, and what his opinions are. You've had an opportunity to speak to him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
And you've had an opportunity to speak to Dr. Gurr as well. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
In addition to, and both of those doctors conducted clinical interviews with the defendant,
Yes.
with Mr. Holmes, that they, and they may have different styles than you do, but they talked about the topics, many, if not all of the topics that you discussed with him.
Fair to say.
Also, Dr. Robert Hanlon, a neuropsychologist retained by myself, by the defense, did neuropsychological testing on Mr. Holmes, right?
Yes.
And that was before you saw him.
Yes.
And as part of that, Dr. Hanlon conducted a clinical interview with the defendant where he talked about many of the issues, probably not in as depth as the psychiatrists have, but he talked about many of the issues relevant to this case that you've discussed.
As is routine, interviews and then the testing, sure.
And it's routine for psychologists to do that. They're not going to just do the test blind. They're going to review the history like you review the history and conduct some kind of a clinical interview.
In situations like this is routine. Mhm.
So in addition to Dr. Hanlon and Dr. Gurr and Dr. Metzner, and Dr. Metzner saw him a number of times, is that right?
I'm not certain how many times, but I believe you're correct.
In addition to those clinicians, we had Drs. Manguso and Gray conducted testing at Dr. Metzner's request, correct?
That's correct.
And both of them conducted clinical interviews of Mr. Holmes.
I know at least one of them did, and if you say both, I'm sure you're correct.
Okay. So suffice it to say, by the time you got the opportunity, and I'm not faulting you for this, certainly, by the time you got the opportunity to speak to him in July of 2014, he'd already been seen by several other clinicians, fair to say?
That's true.
And so the topics that you discussed with him had been discussed with him several times.
I'm sure that many of them had. I can't say that all of them had. I suspect there are a few things or some things that I asked him that others had not, but I'm sure that many other people had asked lots and lots of questions on lots and lots of topics.
Sure. Suffice it to say there might have been questions you asked that they didn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might have been questions that they asked that you didn't.
Yes.
And so my question is this. You have expressed some ambivalence, let's just say, about some of the psychiatric issues in this case. And let me just point out a couple for you. You've described today your feelings about the human capital delusion, I'll describe it as. And you've described that you are still a little unclear on whether you think that's really a delusion or not. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
You said that it's certainly consistent with the delusion. Many of the things he says are consistent with a delusion. Is that right?
Consistent with, meaning that it does not dissuade one from that, but in my view, does not necessarily diagnose it either.
That's a good point. And why don't we digress just a minute and talk about that? Because during the course of Mr. Brockler's examination, you many, many times used that phrase, that it was consistent with or inconsistent with the capacity to understand the difference between good and right and wrong, for example. Correct?
I probably did, and when I say consistent with, that's exactly what I mean. It doesn't define it, but it doesn't pull one away from it. It doesn't mean, it's not inconsistent with, if that's clear.
Sure. So it's consistent with it, meaning it could indicate that, fair to say?
With other supporting material to go along with it, it could indicate that, sure.
Well, when we're talking about any specific statement or any specific piece of evidence, when you say, well, if he said this, that's consistent with capacity, what you're saying is that it's relevant to it, but not dispositive of it. Fair to say?
That's a good way to put it. Sometimes if I'm talking medically, I've got a stomachache that's consistent with stomach cancer, but you don't diagnose stomach cancer just because you have a stomachache.
Right. And you know, having an earache could be consistent with having a sore ear, or it could be consistent with having cancer or something like that, right?
I suppose so.
So when you say that Mr. Holmes' statements or behaviors are consistent with capacity, that's exactly what you're expressing.
That anytime I use that word, that's what I'm expressing.
And when you talk about diagnoses beyond a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, I think was the phrase, to you that means more likely than not, right?
That's what I understand the court means by that phrase, and so I adopt that. If I'm in error, somebody will correct me, but that's usually the case.
Yeah. And so that's more likely than not, it's like 51% then, right?
It can be just 51%, or it can be 96%, but it needs to be at least a little over 50%.
Now, the part of the reason, if not the entire reason, that you have some ambivalence, and another issue that you said you had some ambivalence about was the paranoia issue, for example. Certainly you testified that could be consistent with someone just trying to avoid getting into trouble, right?
In other words, it wouldn't be paranoia, yes.
It also could be consistent with a paranoid delusion, fair to say?
Depending on the situation, and I'm not referring to anything specific here, yes.
And we'll talk more about what specific examples of possible paranoia, but that's an area where it could be consistent with one thing, it could be consistent with something else, and it's very difficult for you to actually pin it down.
In some cases that's true, and in some cases there are surrounding factors that do allow me to zero in a bit more in the big picture.
And in this case, you're constrained by what was available to you, the information that was available to you in terms of the history and when you were able to actually discuss the matters with Mr. Holmes.
That's true.
And for that reason, well, let me ask you this. Let's say you had all the time you wanted. Let's say you were told you can go and talk to Mr. Holmes all day, every day, for as long as you want. Do you think that would ever bring you closer to having a concrete diagnosis?
It might, and I'll tell you why. I would then be talking about a diagnosis at the time that I'm seeing him, not about the diagnosis back in July of 2012. So, given the ability to watch Mr. Holmes' course of illness or course of life over the next many years, there may be things that indicate or detract from the idea that today he has a certain diagnosis, but we're always we're not talking about going back to July 2012. In my opinion, I can't think of anything additional that we could do today that somehow takes a time machine back to then.
Okay, and I want to parse those out if I
Sure.
could. In terms of moving forward with a diagnosis about what his mental illness is, you testified, I think earlier today, that it's not uncommon for different clinicians to have different opinions about what the possible diagnosis might be. Is that fair?
It's not uncommon, but I want to be clear, and I think it's relevant here, and it's in my report as well, that I would be surprised if different qualified clinicians, psychiatric clinicians, differed very much. I would be surprised if someone said Mr. Holmes' diagnosis is a brain tumor or Mr. Holmes' diagnosis is Alzheimer's disease. So that everybody's seeing roughly the same information, but seeing him at different times and maybe asking different questions and getting different answers, slightly different answers. I don't think they're markedly different. The diagnoses may differ a little, but I want to make it clear that we're all in the same, in my opinion, in the same ballpark.
And I'm going to get to that too. And what you're saying is, with regard to this case, you think the diagnoses are all really in the same ballpark. Fair to say?
If you're talking about ballpark, yes. Maybe not in the same section, but at least in the same ballpark.
And let me bounce this off you and see if this makes any sense at all. In my opening statement, I made up my own analogy, and I compared it to going to buy paint, trying to match some paint in your house. And I described for the jury going to the paint store and saying, this is some red paint I've got in my house. I need to match this red paint. I need some red. And the person who's the expert, the paint expert in that case, might say to me something like, well, that's actually more like a brick or more like a scarlet. Or a rose, to get my point, that those are all reds, but there are different types and variations. Is that an apt description?
I think that's a pretty good analogy. We would pretty much all probably agree that he's some shade of red. He's not yellow. But I don't want to take the analogy too far, okay? He's a human being too, and human beings are more complicated than colors.
Very much so, and we'll talk about that as well. So with regard to the moving forward and with the diagnosis, and if you had all the time in the world, you don't know. It's possible that it may turn out that you're wrong, right? And that he does have schizophrenia, correct?
Speaking in the present tense, that's accurate. I don't think that anybody can go back to 2012 and say, with authority, in my opinion, Dr. Reed is wrong, Dr. Gurr is wrong, Dr. So-and-so is wrong, because that's set in 2012 based on what was going on back then.
Right.
With that caveat, I think you're right, and I think you're right.
So then with the other part of that comment, not moving forward in terms of diagnoses, but looking back and trying to determine what was going on 2+ years ago, that's what you're saying is what you have are statements that are made 2 years later to you about an event that took place 2 years ago. Fair to say?
If they're coming from him, that's exactly right, and it's important for the jury to remember.
And you've said that a number of times to this jury, that it's very important to remember that this is 2 years later. Is it also important to remember that Mr. Holmes, when you talk to him, is in a somewhat medicated state, that he's taking antipsychotic medication?
He's taking a relatively low dose of medication, the antipsychotic, a little medium dose of the antidepressant, but that is certainly a consideration. And he was not taking medication on the days of the shooting.
Now, is memory something, are human beings' memories like videotape recordings? In other words, do we You know, when I recall something that happened in the past, am I 100% correct? Well, I may be 100% correct, but let's use other people. Is anyone 100% correct when they recall a memory?
With the exception of people who have what's called eidetic memory, the truly photographic memories, where they're very, very rare. Memory is a dicey thing. There are lots of things that affect memory. Time is one of them. Let me just stop there.
Do memories, does the number of times you're asked to recollect something affect someone's memory, perhaps?
It can, sure.
How?
For one thing, memory is a bit fragile and malleable. And let me say at the outset, I don't purport to be a true expert in memory. I work with memory a fair amount, and I read a bit about it because it comes up in situations like this. There are true memory experts, and I'm happy to refer you to those. Having said that, I've talked so much, I've forgotten the gist of your question, please.
Okay. You were saying that it's malleable, and I was asking you how.
Sure. Memory can be changed, sometimes rather easily, by the person's accepting something false as if it were true about the past. One example of that, I'll take it one end of the spectrum, is when someone is hypnotized, you can very easily and sometimes accidentally insert a memory of something that is a true memory but not accurate with regard to the past. If we take that out of the area of hypnosis into the area of simply paying a lot of attention or believing what someone says, or even wishing really, really hard, and over time, finally, it becomes part of your memory. What I'm trying to convey, and not necessarily about Mr. Holmes, what I'm trying to convey is that memory is not like a videotape. It is not something where you can go in and put a little electrode on this part of the brain and get an accurate memory. What it is what the person recalls as accurate, and it may or may not be accurate.
And you've spoken to me about this when I asked you to explain the 2 years, and I didn't dream this up. I'm getting this from you. Is that right? We discussed memory.
We've spoken before, and I think we've spoken about memory.
And probably every time that someone remembers something, it might change a little bit. Fair to say?
It may change a little bit. You say it some way, and you hear yourself say it, and gosh, the fish gets bigger, or the stream gets faster, or something like that. Bear in mind, I'm speaking generically and not about any particular situation.
Right. We're not specifically talking about Mr. Holmes. We're talking about every human being that's alive, right?
Except for those with eidetic memory, yes.
And the number of times that if it's malleable and can change when you're asked to recollect it, then the number of times you're asked to recollect it can affect that. True?
It may affect it. It doesn't always, but it may affect it.
Now, memories, and I'm going to ask you to explain this, I guess, but memories, human memory also tries to make sense of things so that there's less anxiety and confusion, right? Human beings don't like anxiety and confusion, right?
That's right.
And so when we remember things, we very often can confabulate in order to make it less anxious or confusing to us.
That's an accurate statement, and I want to convey that this is an unconscious process. It's not something that something does on purpose. Our psyches don't get along well with unsettling things and certain strong emotions or things that cause us anxiety, as you pointed out. And I think we all, in one way or another, in some way create our past so that even though we may remember it as a bad past, it's something we can live with.
Now, Mr. Holmes, in recollecting things to you, Well, the fact that he's not denying playing a role in the shootings is significant to you, right?
I think that's significant.
And the bottom line is that it's important to note that Mr. Holmes, in the videotapes, is being asked to remember how he was thinking some 2 years ago when he wasn't medicated as he is now.
And various other things have happened also in the interim. You're correct.
Now, you asked Mr. Holmes about when he was arrested and when he went to court the first time. And he indicated that he didn't have a lot of memory about that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your opinion is that the way it comes out with Mr. Holmes is the way that people generally describe things to other people over the years.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'll strike the question. You point that out to him in the video interview on page 269 of the transcript, and you're welcome to look at that if you want. I have a copy for you. But during that exchange, you point out to him that you say we should remind people and whoever watches the video that we're talking about something that happened 2 years ago, comma, when you were in a very different state of mind than you are today. Correct?
I recall saying something like that, yes.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about that state of mind briefly here in the time that I have left this afternoon. Your opinion here is that, well, let's go into, there's some variation, as you said, in the different diagnoses that the clinicians, the examining psychiatrists have given to Mr. Holmes. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
You've diagnosed him with a schizotypal personality disorder and possible delusional disorder, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Metzner, who's another court expert, diagnosed him with a schizoaffective disorder.
I believe you're correct.
And Dr. Gurr, the defense expert, had diagnosed him with a schizophrenia, correct?
That's correct.
And when you describe these all being red, to use my analogy, what you're referring to is that these are all disorders, mental illnesses, that fall within what's called the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders under the DSM-5.
Yes, psychiatry in general and psychology, clinical psychology in general, and the DSM-5, keep these things in the same section. They speak of them as related, not necessarily on a continuum, but in the same general area. They're mentioned in the same section. The criteria for schizotypal personality are in another section, but the mention of schizotypal personality is in the same section as schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and some other disorders that are all serious.
And you said, I think you just said about 10, 15 minutes ago that we have to bear in mind that all of the clinicians saw the same person, the same James Holmes, maybe at different times and with different degrees of memory or not, but it's the same person, correct?
They all saw him well after the event. All the people you just described saw him well after the event. Dr. Fenton, Dr. Feinstein, I don't think you mentioned, they're a little different, but saw him after the event. It's a little like the old proverb, you never step into the same river. It grossly is the same river, but it has different characteristics at those times, sure.
Now, Dr. Woodcock, who's a defense psychiatrist and neurologist, actually saw Mr. Holmes just a few days after the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, he's the only clinician, other than Dr. Fenton and Feinstein and Roth, who saw him in an unmedicated state. Fair?
Unless Dr. Sather did, but in general, you're correct. I'll stand corrected if Dr. Sather did.
And Dr. Sather, so that we know, is the psychiatrist who's assigned to treat people in the jail. Is that right?
One of them, yes.
He didn't evaluate Mr. Holmes, or his purpose was just to manage his care.
That's my general understanding. And
He didn't render any opinions about the diagnosis or the...
I don't believe so. Are you referring to Dr. Sather or Dr. Mosier, because he was also involved with the jail?
Right, maybe I'm confused. One of them's a psychologist and one's a psychiatrist, but they both work at the jail. Fair to say?
I believe Dr. Sather is a psychologist. I could stand corrected. I know that Dr. Mosier is a psychiatrist.
I think you're right.
It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. And you even state, and you said this before, and you say this in your report, that it may turn out that the diagnosis is in fact schizophrenia in the end. And if that's the case, what you're describing would be the prodromal period of that.
If he is clearly schizophrenic today or sometime in the future, then my diagnosis would have to do with, very likely, a prodromal or a pre-version of that, whether you call it schizotypal personality or whether you call it pre-schizophrenia.
That wouldn't be a tremendous surprise to you if that were to happen.
No.
So you don't describe any disagreements that you would have with Dr. Gurr or Dr. Metzner as being like a knockdown, drag-out fight over the diagnosis. You're all in the same area.
I think we might have vigorous discussions about pieces of that. I don't want to say that we're that close, and we're all friendly, I'm sure. But to me, it's not a knockdown, drag-out fight.
And I'll talk to you about how important it is to you too. But when we talk about all of you describing the same guy with the same problems, not everyone's individual disease is the same. Is that fair to say? Like, so not every person who's diagnosed with schizophrenia is exactly the same as everyone else who's a schizophrenic.
Everybody's different.
Everyone has their own idiosyncrasies. Fair?
Fair to say.
And the fact that a small percentage of people that have serious mental illnesses are involved in crimes or violence doesn't really mean anything one way or another, because it depends on what the nature of their illness is.
That's a good point, and I'll just say gratuitously that it is a small percentage. With the exception of substance abuse, it generally is about the same as the general population, and you're correct.
With regard to Mr. Holmes, you think that probably you and the other clinicians agree on about 90% of the clinical aspects of Mr. Holmes' life before and after this event.
If I use the word 90 or phrase 90% somewhere, I'll stand by it. I'm not prepared actually to quantify it, but something like that.
There's no question in your mind that Mr. Holmes, at the time of this crime and today, has a severe and chronic mental illness.
That's a true statement.
And that mental illness affects the way that he thinks and the way that he acts, correct?
Correct.
It affects the way he thinks and acts now, and it affected the way he thinks, thought, and act on the 20th of July, 2012.
That's a reasonable statement.
Substantial mental illness existed, and it affected his thinking as led up to the events of the shooting, correct?
Sounds like you're reading from my report, and if you are, and I said it, I'll stand by it.
It's your opinion. In fact, may I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
it's your opinion then, and you're aware that and we may go through this a little bit again tomorrow, but you're aware that in Colorado, the test for insanity has what I'm going to call 2 prongs, I guess. And the first prong is, if you'll bear with me, whether or not the existence of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
In order to even have a claim of insanity, the first step is that the person has to have a mental disease or defect, correct?
Yes.
And then the second step has to do with the capacity to either distinguish between right or wrong, or the capacity to form the required mental state of the elements of the crime, right?
That's my non-lawyer understanding, yes.
And just to knock it down real simply, your opinion is that prong 1 has been met, but prong 2 has not.
That's fair to say.
And given the constraints that we've described already, being the passage of time, the events, memory, you don't really think that it's possible at this time to render a more solid diagnosis than what you have, correct?
That's true if I understand you correctly. The way I framed my diagnosis, and I'll go back and just simply read the way I said it. At the time of the July 2012 shootings, the most reasonable diagnostic consideration would have been, and that's of course in my opinion, that doesn't say it's a lead pipe cinch. But to me, that's the most reasonable diagnosis.
And you don't feel like you can get any closer based on the information that you have?
I don't believe I can. I could sit in a room with lots of psychiatrists and we could hash it over. And I'm not too rigid, I hope, but I don't think I can get any closer than that.
Part of the reason that you gave a diagnosis is that you were asked to do so by the court. Fair?
That's correct.
But in your mind, it's almost less of an important consideration than the capability part, right?
It's not just almost less. In my view, it is less a consideration, substantially less, than the capability part.
Because you've already determined that he meets prong 1, so the question then is, does he meet prong 2 or not, right?
That's my understanding of the question.
And your job, if you will, is to answer the questions that are put before you, right?
Best I can, yes.
There are a lot of questions about this case that are unanswered, right? There are a lot of questions about Mr. Holmes' mental illness that are unanswered.
There are many that are answered pretty well to my satisfaction. There are others that are not answered because he's a human being.
And you focus on the things that are important for your determination,
For
correct?
my determination, which I view in one sense as relatively simple, in another sense as pretty complicated.
Complicated because human beings are complicated, right?
Because all of the things that I need to consider to go into an opinion about that capacity need to be clear to me before I will offer an opinion about that capacity.
And you're careful,
Yes,
and you're not going to overstep what you believe are the appropriate diagnosis.
diagnoses are,
You're not going to diagnose something as 100% concrete when you don't think that it necessarily is.
yes, I try very hard not to either overdiagnose or underdiagnose.
And in the context of conducting this examination that you conducted for the court, you're not Mr. Holmes's doctor, right?
That's correct.
And you explained that to him.
I did.
You're here to fill a limited role.
That's correct.
You're not here to explore and explain every aspect of his illness ad nauseum, correct?
Unless it's relevant to the task that the court put to me, The answer is correct.
And that's was the nature of my question. I appreciate that. You're not trying to treat Mr. Holmes.
No.
You did what you did in order to answer the questions that you were asked to answer.
Yes.
You were asked some questions about whether you worked on other cases in the past. I think you said that you'd been retained by defense lawyers most of the time. Is that fair?
In criminal matters, that's fair.
And I think you said that was in like 12 out of the 15 cases you testified in or something like that?
Of the ones that have come to testimony, and it gets a little bit mathematical here, of the cases that have been heard somehow in court, I think 12 of those out of the 13 or 14 I've been retained by defense. Let me make one little explanation, again, because I'm kind of obsessive. One of those cases has had 3 or 4 hearings through the years for various purposes. And so that would, I may, in the list that you're looking at, count that as 3 or 4, but they're the same case. Part of the point is, in the past, I've been retained by prosecution in a case that went to criminal trial one time, been retained by the judge, including this one, 2 times.
So one other time.
One of the times, correct. And the other times by defense.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how that works. Does that affect the way you approach your work, who you're retained by?
No, I try very hard not to make it affect my work. Try to do an honest, objective job. And for that reason, sometimes I'm retained by one side or the other, and they don't ask me to come testify because my testimony is not going to help.
There was some talk about, in your direct examination, about the defense hand-picked experts. Are you aware of any other way to pick an expert to work in a case other than hand-picking them yourself? I mean, in the cases you've worked on as a defense expert or as a prosecution expert, were you picked by the lawyers?
Sure, I would expect that lawyers for either side, in a criminal or civil matter, would choose carefully the experts they want to work with. Just
as someone would choose carefully the doctors that were going to do something to themselves or do something to someone, anything that's important. You would want to think about who you pick.
Not a bad analogy.
When you're retained by the court, like in this case, you often get your marching orders from the judge, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened here.
Yes.
And normally they come in the form of some court order or fiat from the judge or something like that.
The judge usually describes, and I haven't had any contact with Judge Seymour, hope I'm pronouncing the name right, but one way or another orders came to me, here's the situation, here are the questions I would like for you to answer, and those are my marching orders.
I'm not sure if you pronounced it correctly. You did pronounce it without an accent, though, so.
It is a first.
Which is in Colorado, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but if you were asked to answer by the judge, are set forth in a statute. Did you know that?
I would expect them to be, yeah.
And the questions you were asked to determine were diagnosis and the issue of sanity, whether or not the person had a mental disease or defect, and whether that mental disease or defect rose to the level where they were rendered incapable of distinguishing between the ability to tell right from wrong or incapable of forming the required mental state which in this case is intentional with regard to the murder and knowingly with regard to the incendiary devices, correct?
Those were the two main questions that I was asked to address.
Now, when you're retained, and you were, in this case, and tell me if this was true in the other case where you were retained by the court, you're very often, or most often, asked to do a full-blown forensic evaluation. Now, when you're retained by a party, by the prosecution or the defense, that may not always be the case, right?
I suppose, but in my practice, I can't think of a situation where I would accept a situation in which I wasn't allowed to do the kind of evaluation I thought was correct, unless the question asked was narrower.
There you go. Have you been retained to be a consultant before?
Yes.
To one side or another?
Yes.
And in that kind of situation, you wouldn't do an evaluation at all necessarily, right? You just review the history and consult with the attorneys?
It depends on what I'm a consultant for. Sometimes it involves evaluations, in-person evaluations. Sometimes it involves other things.
And as you just aptly pointed out, and I thank you for it, depending on the questions presented or the questions asked of you, it may require different type of evaluation.
It's conceivable. For example, I'm thinking of a matter in which there was a question about whether a psychiatrist on the other side had done an adequate job, and that was the only reason I was asked to participate in the case. But in general, I think it's fair to say, when I'm retained by the judge, by the prosecution, and by the defense, I try very hard to do the same quality of job, to ask for the same materials, and to expect getting the same materials that you guys call discovery, things like that.
So what you're saying is when you are retained by the defense or the prosecution, you don't automatically say what they want to hear, do you?
No.
Would that make you useless as an expert if you just say what everyone wants to hear?
We in the business call that being a hired gun. There are less attractive phrases for it too, and we avoid it like the plague.
Have you ever been in a situation where your role in a case changed, where you were, for example, retained to be a consultant, and somewhere along the line the lawyers asked you to do something else, to evaluate another doctor's opinion, for example, or to review history in the case and render an opinion about a discrete issue or something along those lines? I think we have an objection.
I wouldn't stand up that quick, Judge. I object to relevance as to this.
Overruled.
Generally speaking, and my memory may not be terribly accurate with this, if I'm initially retained as a consultant, and there's a difference in definitions here, a forensic psychiatrist or other forensic professional retained as a consultant, as I understand it, is not destined to offer opinions to the court. The latter is someone who's retained as what I usually call an expert. In my experience, in my opinion, once I come into a case as a consultant, it would often be inappropriate for me to then become a testifying expert, because I may have done things more related to the side that retained me. As a consultant, I may not necessarily feel the same objectivity to the court as I do if I'm a testifying expert. I hope that's clear.
Sure. But nevertheless, as a consultant, you're not rendering any opinions in court, right? You're not affecting the outcome of the case other than advising the attorneys.
The way I'm thinking of the term, you're correct.
And so, but if you were retained by the defense or by the prosecution to do an evaluation like you did here today, to evaluate someone's sanity and render a diagnosis, you would do it the same way you did this examination, correct?
I would try very hard to do that, and the answer is yes.
And you would do it to the best of your ability without letting any bias affect your work, correct?
That's correct.
And you take that responsibility very seriously, and you would expect other clinicians to do the same if they're not a hired gun.
Yes, I do. Nobody's perfect, by the way. If bias creeps in, we try very hard to avoid that. But that's our aim, and usually we come darn close.
And the fact that there is some small disagreement of diagnosis in this case doesn't lead you to question that someone is a hired gun or not being forthright in their opinions.
The people that you've mentioned, I have as I sit here, no qualms about their ethics and their intentions.
So I see the judge looking at the clock, sir, so I'm going to try to break here. But before I do, if I could ask two more questions, Your Honor.
You may.
To sum up, the bottom line for today, sir, with regard to the prong one, prong two analysis is that you feel prong one is met and prong two is not, correct?
Sustain.
And the question is not, did the mental illness affect Mr. Holmes' thinking on July 20th, but to what extent did it affect his thinking and functioning, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it's your opinion, sir, that absent his mental condition, we wouldn't be here at all, would we?
That's a true statement.
This crime would never have taken place without this mental illness.
That's true. In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I have no questions today. This is a good place to break, Judge.
Yes, thank you. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our break for the day. We are going to adjourn. And so please make sure you keep in mind all of my advisements related to your conduct when you're not here in the courtroom. Before you leave, I want to remind you that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony only as to the issues that are raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. All right, have a good evening, folks. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I just want to make sure I remembered the schedule for tomorrow correctly. I couldn't remember if you said we were breaking at 1 o'clock or 1:15 and going to 3 o'clock or 3:15. If you could just help me with that, Your Honor. I seem to have forgotten the exact times.
1:15 to 3:15 will be for lunch, and then we're going to go through until 5:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I don't know if the defense has had a chance to look at these emails or if this would be a good time to do that. I can stay if you wanted to do that now.
Okay, let me ask Ms. Spengler. Ms. Spengler, have you had an opportunity to do that? If you would go to the microphone, please. Or give her the microphone either way, I'm sorry.
If I can try to do it without spilling anything.
You may step down. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, doctor. Thank you. Ms. Spengler?
Your Honor, I have not had the opportunity to get through all of the emails in order to raise the objections that we're
Okay.
going to make.
I'll give you until tomorrow if you can. Are they going to come up tomorrow?
Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this today. It sort of depends on how long Mr. King takes tomorrow.
Okay.
I have a feeling based on what he said, probably not. But, you know, I know Your Honor doesn't want us to waste the jury's time without having witnesses. So this may be something we would want to do tomorrow, depending how much time we had.
Okay, Ms. Spengler, are you able to do it overnight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll chat about it tomorrow. Anything else on behalf of the people?
I don't think so, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, what about on behalf of the defense? Do you have anything, Mr. King? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. See you tomorrow. The court will be in recess.